the next half of our virtual in-service training 3.0 Day 1. We hope we all had our me time during the break because we will be needing more of our energy this afternoon, for we are bound to learn a lot from our next set of speakers.
That's for sure, Ma'am Jen. But before we start this afternoon session, let us remind them again of the attendance for today. Make sure that you have logged into your regional LMS using your SDO's enrollment key if you are a DepEd teacher. And if you are a private school teacher, EdTech enthusiast, college student, and DepEd non-teaching personnel, access the link of training.deped.gov.ph. Sa mga kasamahan nating guro, you may share and send the list of our enrollment key posted on EdTech Facebook page to your respective GCs or to any of your social media platform para mas marami pa ang maka-access sa kani-kanilang LMS.
Yes, and please be informed that by accessing your LMS, you can secure your registration, the submission of your output or performance task, activity and quiz completion, and of course, ang pinakahihintay nating lahat, ang ating mga certificates na meron lang naman tumataginting na 15 CPD units. Wow! And also, please feel free to rate how well the session's learning objectives are fulfilled and how effectively the webinar speakers met our needs as educators, and what more may be improved in the future by answering our feedback and evaluation forms.
And Ma'am Jen, we'd like to reiterate that VINSET 3.0 is not mandatory. We are giving you the full discretion to attend and watch the 4-day training and learn with us.
Again, it's not mandatory, but you are highly encouraged.
Exactly. And if you ever miss the live broadcast, aba naman, you can still watch the replays of DepEd EdTech Unit official Facebook page and on EdTech Unit and DepEd TV official YouTube channel.
At ito pa ang magandang balita, Sir Jeff. Dear participants, do not pressure yourselves too much in completing and answering all the activities at once, lalo na kung medyo marami kayong kasabay na tasks at hand. Kasi our LMS will stay open until November 30, 2022. Wow! Again, November 30, 2022. That's, I think, 3 months from now ba?
Yeah.
So, wag magpanic. It's organic. Ang kailangan lang natin gawin ay manood at i-enjoy ang bawat talk from our speakers.
So partner, at this moment, I think ready na muli ang ating mga speakers as well as ang ating viewers para sa afternoon talk. Here are the list of topics and the speakers in order. We're going to start with the part 4 of approaches and effective use of DepEd Learning Management System, of course, to be given to us by our EdTech specialist under the Digital Gateway and Development team. So we're going to have this one with Ma'am Angeli Custodio Marian.
Yes, and the part 5 will be discussed to us by Ma'am Romabel Shelleen Sawit.
And of course, the part 6 will be given to us by Ma'am Florence De Vera, Sir Fidel Domingo, and Sir Renz Noriel Yi.
Wow, I guess we're all set for the afternoon session, so what are we waiting for?
Let's call on our first speaker.
Maraming salamat po to our dear hosts for that introduction. Good afternoon pong muli sa ating VINSET 3.0 participants. Once again, I am Angeli C. Mariano from SDO Pasay City. So allow me to do a quick review sa mga diniscuss na tools ng morning session. So this morning, natutunan natin gumawa ng course sa ating DepEd Learning Management System. We also looked into several resources such as label, page, book, file, URL, and H5P activity. And for this afternoon, we are going to explore this learning activity that can encourage our students to share their ideas with each other. Di po ba't may mga pagkakataon sa loob ng ating mga classrooms na kung saan that whenever we conduct a graded recitation or just a simple discussion inside the class. May mga students tayo na hindi nagpa-participate just because they're shy to share their ideas. Well, on the other hand, meron naman tayo mga students who are very much eager to explore the discussion of the said topic. Now, how are we going to cater to those kinds of students? Lalo na if we want to have it asynchronously. At ang tinutukoy ko po dito ay At ang tinutukoy ko po dito ay ang forum activity. We have 5 different types of forum activity, but we will be focusing with standard forum for general use and the Q&A forum. As for our objectives, at the end of the session, you will be able to use a forum activity to facilitate asynchronous discussions that extends over a long period of time. So sabi dyan, that extends over a long period of time. And yes, you heard that right. Ganyan ka-flexible ang forum activity in which if the topic is interesting and gusto mo talagang malaman ang kanilang ideas and you want to assist your students to discuss their learning with others, you will appreciate the settings of the forum activity. The next one is you will be able to differentiate the types of forums, which is the standard forum for general use and the question and answer forum. And later on, I will discuss and show you the difference of those two. And also, you will be able to design a forum activity that best suits your topic and the course requirements. So, the question is, what is forum activity? There you go. A forum activity is a learning activity that enables learners to explore and be more open to discussing their ideas and sharing them with others via discussion boards. Sabi dyan, ang sabi po dyan, discussion boards, via discussion boards. So inside these discussion boards, the participants can subscribe to a forum to receive notifications of a new forum posts. And as a teacher, we have the capability, meron tayong capability to control the subscription mode of the students. Pwede natin silang i-require or force them to subscribe, and we can allow them to choose whether to subscribe or not. Parang to follow or not to follow. Ayan. And forums naman po have many uses, such as it can be a social space for our students to get to know each other. Pwede din natin siyang magamit for course assessments. Pwede natin using a news forum with forced subscription. So, if you can remember, Sir Paulo changed the announcement to mga paalala. Yan. Whenever we create a course na ang course format is topic, automatic na may announcement sa general section of our course page. And that announcement is an example of the use of forum activity. We can also use it for discussing course content or reading materials. So if may gusto tayong ipa-discuss na chapter sa isang libro, we can use the forum activity to discuss the content. We can also use the forum activity to extend activities, extension of activities. Halimbawa, you want to further discuss an issue or a matter raised when you are conducting a face-to-face session. Magagamit po natin talaga ito to further extend the activities. Parang napakaganda ng topic natin for today. Nakakabitin naman kung hanggang dito lang yung magiging usapan natin. So, let's use a forum activity para mas ma-lengthen pa and mas mailabas at mas share ng ating mga students yung kani-kanilang mga ideas. And one example is conducting brain teasers for students to ponder and suggest solutions to. Meron din po tayong for teacher-only discussions wherein you can set the availability to hidden. Yung tayong mga teachers lamang ang makakakita at makakaalam ng ating mga discussions. So the students won't be able to see the said forum because it is hidden. And we can also use this as a help center where tutors and students can give advice and feedbacking. Pwede kasi tayong mag-reply privately to the teachers or reply privately sa ating mga students para we can protect one another. And we have a one-on-one support area for private student-teacher communication. So we have the option to use this forum with separate groups and with one student per group. And now let's differentiate the two types of forum that we are going to discuss this afternoon. The first one is the standard forum for general use. So standard forum for general use is an open forum where anyone can start a new discussion at any time. So this is the type of forum wherein everyone is free to post and start a new topic or discussion. So from the discussion board, students can see a button, once again, enabling them to start a new discussion, or sometimes we call it a thread. So the other one is what we call the Q&A forum or the question and answer forum. This is where the students are required to post their perspectives before viewing other students' post. Yan. Q&A forum is best used when you have a particular question that you wish to have answered. So there are times na we are conducting or there are times that we conduct graded recitations. So magagamit po talaga natin ang Q&A forum sa ganitong mga pagkakataon. So what we do is we post a question and then our students will respond with possible answers. So by default, hindi nila makikita yung mga posts until they do their own personal posting. So now, let's move on to our DepEd Learning Management System and allow me to show you how can we set up our forum activity. Yan, excited na ba ang bawat isa? Napakaganda ng forum activity because dito sa activity na to, we can really encourage our students to na lumabas yung kanilang creative juices and to be more general, lalo-lalo na sa Q&A forum. Hindi maapektuhan yung kanilang ideas kapag nabasa na nila yung mga ideas ng iba. Hindi sila mai-influence by that kasi nakatago yung post ng iba. Kailangan mo na siyang mag-reply bago niya makita yung post ng iba. And that encourage them to answer ng original idea nila. Now, once again, allow me to show you our DepEd Learning Management System. There you go. Kanina pa pong umaga, paulit-ulit na lang sinasabi that the first thing to do is to click the turn editing on. Yan. Lagi po nating tatandaan na for us to activate the editing capability of our course, i-click po natin ang turn editing on. So now let's do that. Ayan po, turn editing on. And then, after turning on the editing, let us click add an activity or resource. So hahanapin natin saang bahagi ba ng course natin gustong ilagay yung ating activity or resource na idadagdag. Gusto ko dito sa bandang bahagi ng Module 1. So let's click. There you go. Add an activity or resource. So when the activity chooser appears, select the forum activity under the activities tab. Under the activities tab, dito po natin makikita ang forum. Ito po ang kanyang icon. So, kapag may mga pagkakataon na nahihirapan kayong hanapin yung mga activities or resource just by one look dito sa all, As your guide, this is alphabetically arranged. So, madali sa atin matukoy kung saan bandang parte siya nung ating activity chooser. So, once again, let's go to activities and let's click forum. There you go. So, we are now inside the page wherein we can explore and choose the setting na gusto natin sa pagbuo ng ating forum activity. Now, we are under the general settings. Let us give the forum a name and a description if required. So, upon checking the Filipino grade 6 first module of the first quarter, may nakita akong activity dito na applicable ang paggamit ng forum activity. So, allow me to show you. Yan, ito po yung ating ginagamit na module for today. Grade 6, Filipino 1, Module 1 ng first quarter. So, nakita ko po siya sa page 15. There you go. Sabi po dito, inaalam sa gawaing ito kung gagayahin ba ng ating mga mag-aaral si Loisa. Dahil kung babasahin, kung babasahin natin yung kwento, pinapakita dito na si Loisa ay isang bata na may mataas na pangarap sa buhay. So, ang tanong dito ay, kung ikaw si Loisa, gagayahin mo rin ba siya at paano? So, upang malaman natin ang reaksyon o damdamin ng ating mga mag-aaral, yan, forum activity is the best tool to use. Kaya, ang activity na ito ay under tuklasin. Ilalagay natin ang tuklasin as our forum name. Tuklasin. Now, lagi natin ito nakikita at alam ko, diniscuss na to sa atin ni Sir Melbourne at ni Sir Pao. Ipapaalala ko lamang po ulit, once you see this icon or that circle with an exclamation point inside the kulay red, it means that this field is required. Yan, required field po siya. Now, let's go to the description, the auto text editor. Let's go back to the module. Okay. Pwede natin siyang screenshot gamit ang Windows icon, Shift and S. And then, i-select natin yung picture. Let's add this one sa ating auto text editor. Pwede natin gawin yon. And then, ipipaste natin siya sa PowerPoint presentation. Ayan. Tapos from here, isi-save natin siya as image. Meron na ako nagawa kanina. Pero save natin para lang mapakita sa inyo. Okay? There you go. Pwede natin siyang i-screenshot gamit ang Windows Shift S or Windows print screen para ma-save, automatic saved as image na yung ini-screenshot nating larawan. Now, let's go back to the DLMS. So, since na-save natin yung image, actually, pwede naman nating i-paste yun dito. Pero, ang difference lang niya is, pag gumamit po ang ating student ng device na medyo maliit, maaaring hindi siya mag-a-adjust kung ano yung resolution ng screen ng device na ginagamit ng ating mga bata as to compare na i-upload natin ito. So, na-discuss na po ito sa inyo. This is the auto text editor. We are allowed to mag-insert ng image, ng videos, mag-record ng audio. And for the advanced buttons, we have here the formatting tools that we need para mas mapaganda yung mga text na inilalagay natin. And now, let's add in the picture na in-screenshot natin kanina. Click that image icon kanina. Click Browse Repositories. Under the upload the file, click natin yung Choose File. Ayan yung screenshot natin kanina. And then let's click Open. And upload this file. So sabi po kanina umaga, we have the option to describe this image for someone who cannot see it. For inclusive education, i-describe po natin ito for them. But for now, i-click muna po natin yung this image is decorative only. So, click Save Image. There you go. Ngayon, gusto ko sanang idagdag yung tanong dito. Kung ikaw si Loisa, gagayahin mo rin ba siya? Paano? And then, sa ibaba ng larawan, pwede natin siyang ilagay. Ma'am, parang ang liit naman yata. Kaya, dyan papasok ang advanced buttons natin. Oopsie. There you go. Palakihin natin siya into heading na large. Pwedeng center, bold. Yan, para mas mapakita natin yung question. So, for the display description on course page, pwedeng makikita na yung mismong description sa course page. Pero, since para maiwasan na sobrang laki ng nakukuha niyang space sa course page, hindi ko na siya i-display doon. And now, we are now on the forum type. Anong forum type ang ating gagamitin? So, we have here 5 types to choose from. Ayan, 5 types. Kaya ang pipiliin natin muna ngayon ay standard forum for general use. But allow me to just read the following forum types. We have here a single simple discussion. We have here each person posts one discussion. We have here Q&A forum, standard forum displayed in a blog-like format, and the standard forum for general use. Ayan, once again, standard forum for general use is an open forum where anyone can start a new discussion at any time. Now, let's go to the availability settings. We're done with the general settings of our forum activity. Let's move on to the availability settings. This is where we can set a due date for our forum posts. So, kung you can also set a cutoff date beyond which students can no longer post. So, for the due date, this is when posting in the forum is due. And this date is also displayed on the calendar as the due date of the forum. Kahit may due date, posting is still allowed after the set date. Halimbawa, gumawa tayo ng forum activity ngayon. Pwede silang magsagot hanggang sa darating na Friday lamang. After Friday, they can still post. They are still allowed to post their replies on the forum that we created. Unless magse-set tayo ng cut-off date. When we set the cut-off date, it will prevent our students to post on the forum after a certain date. At kapag sinet natin ang cut-off date, hindi na po siya tatanggap. This will not accept posts after the specified date na nilagay natin. And to enable that, i-click po natin ang enable. Yan. Example tayo. Example today is August 8, and I want the due date to be on August 12, 5 p.m. So, American time yung kanyang format. For the cutoff date, let's say August 15, also 5 p.m. Yan, 17 o'clock. Okay. Ma'am, anong mangyayari do sa 13, 14, and 15 ng 4:59 p.m.? We can consider that as their grace period. Yan. So that is, excuse me. That is how we set the availability of our activity. Now let's move on to the attachments and word count. So for the maximum attachment size, this specifies the largest size of the file that can be attached to a forum post. If text lang ang need natin, or text lang ang kailangan, ang gusto nating isagot sa atin ng ating mga students, no need for the attachments. So, ito po yung mga options. The site upload limit is 1 GB and yung pinakamababa ay 10 KB. And if ever hindi na natin sila kailangan ng magbigay pa ng attachments, we can choose the uploads are not allowed. So ngayon, gusto ko lang text lang muna ang isagot nila. I will be choosing uploads are not allowed. So if ever need ng attachment, let us consider yung size. Kung images, okay na siguro yung mga 10 MB to 20 MB. There we go. So maximum number of attachments, we have here 1 to 100. Dahil hindi na natin sila hihingian ng attachment, we can just choose 0. So, dito naman po sa display word count, if this is enabled, then the number of words in forum posts will be shown at the bottom of each post. Ipapakita lang naman po niya yung word count, yung mga number of words dun sa mga posts sa forum. So, pwede na natin siyang yes, pwede natin siyang no. But for now, let's click yes. So, ganun, ito po ang settings for the attachments and word count. Now, let's move on to the subscription and tracking. Okay, for the subscription mode, yan, when a participant is subscribed to a forum, it means that they will receive a notification of each new posting. So by default po, forum notifications are sent about 30 minutes after the post was saved. So meron ditong optional subscription, forced subscription, auto subscription, and subscription disabled. So after ma-save yung post or yung after 30 minutes ng new posting, makakatanggap ng notification ang participant. It doesn't mean na, ma'am, nag-post na ako ngayon, andyan na yon. Di siya agad-agad. It will be sent or the forum notifications are sent about, the forum notifications will be sent after 30 minutes. Pero yung sagot ng ating students, real-time naman natin siya agad makikita. So participants can actually decide or choose whether or not they want to be subscribed to each forum. However, the teacher can use to force subscription. Ito po. Pwede nating piliin ang force subscription on a particular forum para lahat ng course users will be subscribed automatically, even those that enroll at a later time. So, i-differentiate natin tong 4 na subscription mode. For the optional subscription, participants can choose whether to be subscribed. For the forced subscription, everyone is subscribed and they cannot unsubscribe. Maganda din to para at least somehow we know that our students will cooperate dun sa ating ginawang forum activity. And we also have the auto subscription. So everyone is initially subscribed, but they can subscribe anytime. And they can unsubscribe anytime. So we also have here the subscription disabled. So subscription are not allowed. So yun po yung ating subscription mode. So, dahil gusto ko lahat ng students ko muna ay maging part ng discussion, piliin ko muna yung forced subscription. Now, we have here the read tracking. So, this enables the participants to easily check which posts they have not yet seen by highlighting any new post. If this is set to optional, students can see which posts they have not yet read. Ayan, makikita kung ano pa yung mga posts na hindi pa nila nababasa. So, pwede natin yan iset ng optional or off. Okay? So, we're done with the subscription and tracking. Let's move on to the discussion locking. So, this setting will close forum threads after a specified period of time. Yan yung halimbawa, sa 10 days na inactive yung thread o yung discussion board, automatic malalock siya. So if may mapansin naman tayong discussion or threads na out of context or nagiging negative na yung contents ng forum, we as teachers can also manually lock individual threads from the list by clicking the three dots. Later on, ipapakita ko po sa inyo saan makikita yung three dots na yon so that pwede natin malock kapag may mga ganitong situations. So we have here, lock discussions after a period of inactivity. So meron tayong option dito na in one day, kapag naging inactive yung thread, malalock na yung discussion. Yung thread or yung discussion, malalock na siya. Meron pa dito hanggang 1 year. So let's just leave this as default. Now let's move on to the post threshold for blocking. Dito po applicable yung mga nagfo-flooding ng messages at ng posts. Example, in 10 minutes pa lang na na-open yung forum activity, nakaka-20 posts na sila. So, students can be blocked from posting more than a given number of posts in a given time period. So, by default, course participants can post any number of messages to forums. Kaya nakalagay dito, don't block. Kasi by default, yan ang nakalagay. So, the course participants can post any number of messages to the forum. So, if you want to restrict this number and block them after a certain number or time, this option allows you to specify your choice. Also, you can send a warning that they are about to be blocked. Sabihin natin, lagay natin they call this, in 2 days. Example, in 2 days, naka-10 posts na siya. You can also send a warning that they are about to be blocked kapag umabot na siya sa ika-6 niyang posts. May matatanggap na siya ng warning na you are about to be blocked for oversharing. Hindi naman po. Pero at least we can control yung mga nagfo-flood na messages na pwede naman mai-reply sa iisang post lamang. Okay, so that is how post threshold for blocking works. Now let's move on to the whole forum grading. Yan. When grading is enabled from here, grading options appear. This allows us to select whether we prefer points or a scale type of grading. Let me show you what type of grading is available here. So we have here the none, the scale, and the point. So for advanced grading methods such as rubrics, pwede din po natin yon gamitin. But for now, I want my forum activity to be not graded. Not graded muna po. Ayan. And then, I'm sorry, pwedeng not graded, pero sige, try natin kung ano itsura pag pinili naman natin ang point. There you go. We have here the maximum grade. You'll be the one to choose or to decide kung ano yung maximum grade na gusto nating matanggap ng ating mga maximum grade for this specific activity. And then, like what I've said kanina, for advanced grading methods such as rubrics may also be used. So we have here the simple direct grading, we have here the marking guide, and the rubric. And we also have here the grade to pass. This determines the minimum grade required to pass. Example, they won't be able to move on to the next activity if they will not receive a passing grade from this specific activity. So connected siya, kapatid niya ang activity completion setting and the restriction or the restrict access. So, piliin ko muna na none. Kasi like what I've said a while ago, this activity for me is not graded. I want it to be not graded muna. Now, let's move on po sa ratings. Since this is not graded, we can leave this by default. But allow me to explain how this works. By default, only teachers can rate forum posts. Although, pwede din natin bigyan ng students ng permission to do so if they decide. You can set an aggregate type. Yan. to decide how can we combine all the ratings to form the final grade for each post and for the whole forum activity. Example po, we grouped the students into 5. Tapos we allowed them to have their own discussion about Loisa, yung kanina sa kwento sa module dun sa thread na yon. And eventually, they can rate other groups or other members on how informative their posts are. They can rate each other. This only shows that this is a useful tool for giving students participation grades. There you go. So this is the rating settings. Let's move on to the common module settings. So we have here the options for availability. I believe this is also present from the previous resources and the activities na sinample po, pinakita sa atin kanina. So for the availability, we have the option to show this on course page, hide from students, and make available but not shown on course page. So example po, you don't want them to start posting right away sa binuo nating forum, you can hide this activity sa ating students. Or halimbawa, you have free time at gusto mo mag-advance ng paggawa ng activities, you can hide this from them. Lalo-lalo na ngayon, gumagawa na ng paraan para ma-lessen tayo ng admin tasks. For sure, magkakaroon tayo ng time, magkakaroon tayo ng pagkakataon to prepare our materials ng advance, way ahead of the scheduled date or time ng ating discussions. Okay, so I'll choose to show on course page for now. And for the ID number, this is just an identification for the purpose of grade calculation. So, since hindi graded yung activity na ito, we can just leave this blank. And for the group mode, we have here the separate groups and visible groups and the no groups. For the separate groups, they can only see their own group, but the others are invisible. For the visible groups, each member works in their own group but can also see other groups. If maset natin ang groupings ng students natin upon enrollment or kahit after enrollment, if we were able to group them, we will be able to utilize this option or these settings. And that is how the common module settings are. Next is the restrict access. Yan. This is also, you can also see this sa lahat ng activities and resources. For the restrict access, you have the option to, add restriction. For the activity completion, this will require our students na matapos muna yung halimbawa yung naunang activity before this forum activity for them to access this forum activity na ginawa natin. Or for the date, pwede tayong maglagay ng restriction na date na hindi nila pwedeng ma-access ang activity na ito hanggat wala pa sa sinet na date. And for the grade, let's say for example, meron tayong short quiz before the forum activity. Kailangan makapasa muna sila doon para ma-access nila yung mismo, itong forum activity na ginawa natin. And for the user profile, let's say for example, you have grouped your students. Yan, pwede nating malimit or pwede nating makontrol kung sino lang o pwede tayong makapili ng specific groups that can answer this activity na ating ginawa. And for the restriction set, let's say for example, you want to group this activity completion, date, and grade. Pwede natin ma-combine, pwede natin ma-nest yung tatlong restriction na ito into one. Pwede kang bumuo na ito, pag present, kapag na-meet nila yung requirements for this 3, pwede na nila ma-access. Or, pwede rin namang kasama sila sa specific group na to, tapos nakakuha sila ng passing grade. Pag under sila ng restriction na to at na-meet nila yung requirements, they will be able to access the forum activity that we created. So yun po yung purpose ng restriction set. Okay, so I won't be adding restrict access for now, or restriction access for now. Let's move on to the activity completion. Excuse me. For the completion tracking, we highly encourage you to choose yung show activity as complete when conditions are met. Bakit po hindi yung students can manually mark the activity as completed? Kasi po, pwede naman akong hindi na tingnan yung forum activity. Pwede ko na lang i-click yung check. Kung nakikita niyo po yung mga courses natin, di ba po may mga check na small boxes? Ayan. May option po dito na pwedeng kayo mismo or tayo mismo as a student or participant, pwede nating i-manually check or manually mark yung activity natin as completed. But for now, we can just choose to show activity as complete when conditions are met. Pwede po ba yung do not indicate activity completion? Okay lang din naman. But if you want to create a series of activities, mas mainam na piliin po natin tong option na to para maging maayos yung pagkakasunod-sunod ng pagsagot ng ating mga students sa activities and the resources that we created on our courses. So we have here, student must view this activity to complete it. If we require a grade, yan, since grade, hindi na ungraded po ito. Yan, we can require discussions na kailangan mag-create sila ng at least, sabi natin, 5 or 3 discussions. Pwede rin kailangan mag-post sila ng replies na 10 para lang ma-considered as completed ang activity na ito. So, ganun kalawak ang pwede nating magawa sa pagsiset ng activity completion. And we have here the expected or expect completed on settings na by, let's try to enable that one. Gusto natin by August 20, na-complete na nila yung activity na ito. Okay, so pwede natin yun gawin dito. And for the tags and the competencies, we can just leave this by default. And now, it's time for us to save and return to course. So, saan natin siya makikita? Dito po siya sa ibaba, yung tuklasin. Now, para hindi masyadong nakakaabala sa mata yung ibang mga settings dito, let's try to turn the editing off. Okay. So, let's go to the module 1. And puntahan na po natin yung forum activity na ating ginawa. We have here tuklasin. Yan. So, sabi, dito po yung picture na ating inattach or inilagay dun sa description. And then the question, we have it here. Kung ikaw si Loisa, gagayahin mo rin ba siya? Paano? Ayan. So, nakalagay din po dito yung due date. The due date for posting to this forum is Friday, August 12, 2022 by 5 p.m. And meron din po dito, this forum has a limit to the number of forum postings you can make in a given time period. This is currently set at 10 postings in 2 days. Yan. So ano po ang difference ng Q&A type of forum sa standard forum for general use? Meron po siyang add a new discussion topic. So let's click this one. There you go. So halimbawa, gagayahin mo rin ba siya? Pwede kung ako si Loisa. Yan, kung ako si Loisa, ako ay. Yan. Hindi ko naman po sinabi na ganyan ilagay yung sagot. Pero let's say for example, may specific subject po kayo na gustong ilagay din dyan. Now, let's answer the question. Kung ikaw si Eloisa, gagayahin mo rin ba siya? Paano? Opo. Gagayahin ko po siya. Opo. Paano daw siya gagayahin? Sa pamamagitan. Teka. Opo muna. Opo. Sa Magitan ng pag-aaral ng mabuti. Alam kong tulad ni Loisa, makakamit ko ang aking mga pangarap sa buhay. Yan. Ayan. Pwede pa niyang dagdagan yan. At hindi ako titigil magkaroon ng mga pangarap na kasing taas pa ng ulap. Yung mga ganung bagay po. And then, they can post it. Ayan, post to forum. Ayan. Started by and last post. Ma'am, saan po ulit makikita yung lock discussions na sinabi niyo kanina na 3 dots? Dito po natin siya makikita. Yan. We have here the start this discussion, pin this discussion, or lock this discussion. Diyan po natin yan makikita. Paano po natin pwedeng ma-view as a student? On the upper right side of our course page, or our page, click po natin yung drop-down arrow sa tabi ng ating mga profile photos. And then, switch role 2. After that, piliin po natin ang student. Okay. So, kung ako si student, pwede akong mag-add a new discussion topic. Paano kung hindi makamit ni Loisa ang kanyang mga pangarap sa buhay kahit sa kanyang pagtsatsaga, mga ganon. Ano ang ating pwedeng gawin? Ganyan. So, pwede silang mag-add a new discussion topic or pwede silang mag-reply. Pero, hindi tayo makakakita ng reply for now, kaya ang gagawin natin ay magsa-sign in tayo sa student account. Ayan. Tingnan natin ang student account. This is actually a student account. As you can see, yan, naka-incognito lang po ako para at least I'll be able to show you kung ano yung pwedeng makita ng ating mga students din. Yan. Sa ibang mga activity and resources, yung pag-change natin ng role, effective po siya sa ibang mga activities and resources. Pero dito po sa mga sa activity na ito, kailangan talaga para din ma-check natin, magla-login tayo using a student's account. So let's click to class in. What does it looks like? Ayan. So, kung ako si Loisa, ayan, meron siyang reply. Ayan. Tama po kayo, ma'am. Ako rin po ay maraming pangarap sa buhay. At kung, ayan, so on and so forth. Pwede na i-submit. Okay, so, ganun po yung ating standard forum for general use. Now, paano po yung Q&A? Mabilisan lang. Gawa tayo ng panibagong forum activity na ang type is Q&A. So, first thing to do is, yan, naka-student kasi tayo, return tayo to my normal self. Sa normal na settings po. Let's click the turn editing on. And then after that, sa baba, add an activity or resource. Kita na natin siya dito kasi alphabetical forum or under the activities tab. Forum name. Meron pa ako nakita sa module natin sa page 22. Gayahin natin yung page 22. Ayan, isa-isip. Pwede natin siyang gamitin for Q&A. So, type natin dito, isa-isip. Okay. So, for the description, ayan, i-copy muna po natin ang part na yan. At ito. There you go. So, ayan. Okay, and then let's change the forum type to Q&A and forum. So, naisa-isa na po natin ang mga settings na to. Let's just go to save and display. So, on teacher's end, we can add a new question. Let's just say muna sa unang tanong muna po tayo. Although you can change, you can modify, customize kung ano yung subject na ilalagay natin. Lang muna, ano-ano, then post to forum. Let's add another one. Add a new question. Ano naman ang isinasagot sa tanong na pangalawang tanong. And once again, you can modify kung paano ninyo ipe-present ang subject. And hindi naman siya item name kung tutuusin. And pangatlong tanong. Kasi mararumble din naman din po siya eventually. Hindi din siya ganun kasunod-sunod after we, ayan. So, unang tanong, pangalawang tanong, at pangatlong tanong. Now, kung mag-change tayo ng role, hindi natin makikita yung walang reply capability. Pero pag nag-sign in tayo sa student's account, makakapag-reply na tayo. So let's just say, for example, sa iyong palagay, kailangan mo bang pagsusunod yung mga tanong sa pagsagot sa mga binabasa mo basahin? Opo, upang mas maintindihan pa. Ano bang pwedeng nating isagot sa tanong na yan? Yan, opo, upang mas lalong maintindihan ang nais iparating ang binasang kwento. Oopsie. Kwento. Okay. So, and then submit. Yan. Punta ulit tayo sa student's account. Ito po yun. Module 1. As you can see, I am in incognito mode. Check natin yung isa-isip. Yan. So, sabi dito, this is a question and answer forum. In order to see other responses to these questions, you must first post your answer. So, wala siyang add a new discussion topic option as to compare with the standard forum for general use. Kailangan mag-reply at magsagot ang ating students. Yan. Before they see other responses from other students. And ang kagandahan po nito, saan ba tayo sumagot kanina? Ayan, sabi dyan, may nag-reply na, pero hindi pa niya makikita. Kailangan muna siyang mag-reply para makita niya yung sagot na iba. This will discourage them from copying other people's or other students' responses. And this will encourage them to do their own thinking and express their opinions without being influenced by other people. So, try nating replyan. Sa iyong palagay, kailangan mo ba? Opo muna po. Mag-opo muna po tayo. Then submit. Ayan. Okay. Since nakakita natin, nag-reply na tayo, nakapag-subscribe na. This is how Q&A forum works. Yun po, tulad po na sinabi ko kanina, ang kagandahan nito, hindi nila makikita or hindi na nila makokopya yung sagot ng ibang estudyante or ng kanilang mga kaklase bago sila magsagot. So, they will not be influenced. Pwedeng hindi sila kumopya, pwedeng hindi sila makakopya and hindi mai-impluwensyahan yung sagot nila ng sagot ng kanilang mga kamag-aaral o kanilang mga kaklase. So, this is how, let's go back to my teacher's account. Ayan. Pag teacher tayo, makikita natin lahat ng mga responses ng ating mga students. So, once again, this is how the forum activity works. Ayan. So, there you have it. I really hope that this discussion has given you the confidence to produce your own forum activity in the courses that you will create in the future. Again, this is Angeli C. Mariano, EdTech Specialist from the Digital Gateway Development Team. Thank you for listening and have a good week. For our next speaker, a fellow EdTech Specialist and one of the computer whiz of the Digital Gateway Development Team, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for Ma'am Roma Belcheline M. Sawit. Hi, Ma'am Roma.
Hello, Ma'am Angel. Thank you for that introduction. And hello there as well, VINSET 3.0 participants. Once again, I am Roma Belchelin Sawit from SDO Nueva Ecija. We're almost done putting together a full set of tools in our e-learning platform that will let you make your own virtual classroom. So let's continue. In this part of your afternoon session, we'll talk about the assignment tool, which is one of the things we should never forget when making a course. At the end of the session, the participants will be able to, first, develop an assignment activity to provide opportunities for learners to practice and demonstrate knowledge and skills that are anchored towards the learning goals. Second, use the e-learning platform to grade the work, text, or files that the learners have turned in. And lastly, set up the essential parts of an assignment activity like the task instructions, due dates, data collection, giving feedback, and point system for grades. So let's start, shall we? So the assignment activity module is something that the teacher, or it is a tool that will be helpful for the teacher. So the assignment activity module enables the teacher to communicate tasks, collect work, and provide grades and feedback. So alam po natin kung gaano ka-importante sa atin as teachers na maipaliwanag ng mabuti sa ating mga estudyante and ang ating instructions para sa kanilang mga gawain. Ma-check natin kung sino-sino ang nakapagpasa o hindi at syempre makapagbigay tayo ng grades at feedback sa kanilang mga gawain. And lahat ito pwedeng gawin ni assignment tool. Next, ang assignment tool din ay pwede din natin gamitin as a performance task tool. So, hindi lang siya nakalimit as assignment tool lang. Pwede natin siyang magamit as performance task tool. Kung kayo po ay naka-enroll sa ating learning management system, ginamit po master program, sa learning management master program po natin, ginamit po natin si assignment tool bilang performance task. Doon po kayo nag-submit ng ating 3 screenshot plus 1 link para po sa inyong performance task. Bakit siya useful? And bakit po useful si assignment tool? And pwede rin siyang maging performance task. Dahil po yan sa kanyang feature that the student can submit any digital content. Word processed documents, spreadsheets, images, audio files, video clips, and even yung text type directly natin dun sa ating auto text editor. So dahil po dyan, maraming pagpipilian si student kung ano po yung kanyang isasubmit. So hindi na malilimitahan lang sa mga salita ang ating mga estudyante sa kanilang mga task dahil pwede nilang ipaliwanag ng mabuti ang kanilang gustong sabihin gamit ang iba't ibang digital content. Sa pamamagitan nito, nakapagbigay tayo as teachers as well sa kanila ng freedom na mamili ng format na mas makakapag-express sila ng kanilang sagot. At hindi na rin tayo mahihirapan as teachers kung paano ipapasubmit ang mga ito dahil nasa iisang tool or platform na lang siya. O diba, sobrang useful teachers ng ating assignment tool. And isa pa, kung meron nang nasubmit si students, syempre kailangan nating magbigay ng feedback. So when reviewing the assignment, teachers can leave feedbacks, comments, and suggestions on and uploaded files or documents with comments and audio feedback. Ito po yung kagandahan when it comes to LMS or sa ating e-learning platform. Si e-learning platform po natin, pwede po tayong magkaroon ng sarili nating feedback or personalized feedback para sa ating mga estudyante. So, napaka-importante po kasi ng pagbibigay ng feedback sa ating mga estudyante. Ito po ay isang way para malaman nila kung tama ang kanilang ginagawa or pwede pang mapabuti. Ang feedback nating mga guro ay importante kasi ito po ay madalas nagbibigay sa kanila ng confidence sa kanilang sariling kakayahan or kung kaya ba nilang gawin ang isang bagay. Kung after po nating makapagbigay ng feedback, syempre, tayo pong mga teachers ay nagbibigay ng grades. So, si assignment tool po natin can be graded using numerical scale, custom scale, and rubrics. So, ngayong hapon po, atin pong i-demonstrate kung paano po kayo makakagawa ng assignment tool with rubrics. So now, let's proceed on the demonstration of the assignment on our e-learning platform. So gaya po ng mga nauna nating mga tools na diniscuss sa atin kaninang umaga at before po yung sa akin, always na ang una po nating gagawin pag nandito na po tayo sa ating e-learning platform is turn editing on. So i-click lang po natin si turn editing on. And then, hanapin po natin kung saang part natin ilalagay siya ng module or ng ating, saan po natin siya part ilalagay si ating assignment tool. So, i-click po natin, add an activity or resource. And then, pag lumabas po ito, punta po tayo kay activities. And under kay activities, andito po siya, assignment. So, click po natin si assignment. So, once po na na-click natin, tayo po ay maidadala or will be prompted to this page. So, gaya po ng mga nauna, lahat po ng may mark na red, na may bilog at meron pong punctuation mark, that means it is required. Kailangan po yan kasi hindi po masisave, not unless nalagay po natin yung dapat mailagay dyan sa required field. So, maglagay po tayo, for example, gawaing bahay. And then, pag nakalagay na po tayo ng ating assignment name, susunod po yung ating tanong, ilalagay po natin yan dito sa description. So, for example, ang ating pong tanong is, magbasa o ng isang maikling kwento at gawan ito ng panibagong wakas. Maaaring ipasa sa pamamagitan ng audio o video file o kaya na may i-type sa loob ng text box editor. So, ito po yung ating question. After pong ma-type yung question sa ating description box, pwede po tayong maglagay ng additional files kung gusto po natin na may picture yung ating question or para po mas maintindihan nila yung ating instruction or tanong, pwede po tayong maglagay. Kung wala naman po, pwede na nating lagpasan. Next po, ito po yung mahalaga. Ito po yung isang mahalagang setting which is the availability. So sa availability setting po, meron siyang 4 na setting. So allow submission from, due date, cut-off date, and remind me to grade by. So isa-isahin po natin. So si allow submissions from is ito po yung date kung kailan po kayo mag-i-start magpasagot ng assignment. So, pwede na po tayong gumawa ng assignment ahead of time before, kunyari po Monday. Gusto po natin siyang ibigay ng Wednesday. Pwede po yun, gawa tayo in advance. So, for example, ngayon po ay August 8. Gusto po nating i-open yung submission ng August 10. So, for example po, August 10. Ng 8 a.m. So, ang ating pong time dito sa ating e-learning platform ay 24 hours. So, for example po, sisimulan natin ng 8 a.m. Ayan. Next pong settings is yung due date. So, si due date po kung hanggang kailan lang po tayo magpapasubmit ng assignment. So, for example, Wednesday po tayo hanggang Friday lang yung gusto natin. So, 11, 12. So, 12 dapat nakapag-pass na sila. So, hanggang 5 p.m. So, ang 5 p.m. ay 17. Ayan, hanggang 5 p.m. ng August 12. So, ano naman po si cut-off date? Si cut-off date po is para siyang extension. Kung ito po yung due date, after po ng due date, magbibigay pa tayo ng konting oras or konting panahon sa kanila para makapagbigay or makapag-submit sila. So, i-click lang po natin yung checkbox ng enable para po ma-edit natin siya. So, kung 12, sige, pagbigyan natin hanggang Monday, 15, ng hanggang 5 p.m. din. So, ibig sabihin po, si system ay tatanggap or yung atin pong assignment ay tatanggap ng submission hanggang 5 p.m. ng 15 kahit po ang due date niya ay 12. Meron po silang extension na 3 araw. Pwede po natin gawin niyon. And lastly, remind me to grade by. So si ating e-learning platform po ay meron po siyang capabilities na tayo po ay i-remind kung kailangan na po nating mag-grade sa ating pong mag-grade sa certain submission ng ating mga estudyante. So kung 15 po 'yon, sabihin natin i-remind tayong mag-grade kinabukasan, 16 ng 8 a.m. para maaga, maging productive yung ating araw. So yan na po siya. So pag na-set na po natin yan, baba po tayo. And eto na po siya. Si submission type. Kung naalala nyo po yung atin pong instruction kanina, balikan po natin. Magbasa ng isang maikling kwento at gawan ito ng panibagong wakas. Maaaring ipasa sa pamamagitan ng audio, video, o kaya naman ay i-type. So, meron po tayong different na mga different types na pwedeng ipasa. So, video, audio, and pwede po nilang i-type. So, dito po natin yun i-enable. So, kung pwede nilang i-type, meron po tayong online text and file submission. So, i-enable lang po natin yan kung parehos po nating gusto na merong online text and meron pong file submission. So, once po na-check yan, makikita nyo po dito meron pa siyang word limit. So, si online text, pwede po natin siyang lagyan ng word limit. Pero kung ayaw naman po natin, pwede natin siyang iiwan na lang po at huwag na nating i-enable. So, pero kung gusto nating lagyan ng word limit, pwede natin siyang i-enable and lagyan lang po natin, for example, ng 200 words. Pwede na yan. And then, dito po, meron din yung maximum number of uploaded files. So, ilimit po natin yung files na isi-submit nila. For example, baka masyadong madami na silang isubmit. So, limit lang natin ng 3. Pwede po yan. So, ang limit po ay 20 files. Tumatanggap po si e-learning platform natin ng 20 files. Maximum po yun. And pinakamababa po is 1. So, 3 po muna natin. And, ayan, maximum submission size. So, meron din po siyang size. So, kung for example, ayaw nyo pong tumaas ng 1 gig, pwede po yun. So, meron siya. Pinakamataas po is 1 gig at ang pinakamababa is 10 KB. So, 1 gig na po natin ilagay. I-upload na po natin ng limit ni e-learning platform natin. And then, pwede po rin tayong mag-limit ng accepted file types. So, kung ang gusto lang po natin is for image, video, so pwede po natin yung mag-choose. Ayan po, may mga file types po dyan na pwede lang pong isubmit ng bata. So, once po na hindi nakasama dun sa chinek natin yung file type, ibig sabihin po hindi i-accept ni e-learning platform. So, pwede po natin yung i-customize kung gusto po natin na malimit sa certain file types lang. For example po is audio files lang. Dahil po ang pinasubmit natin ay audio, pwede pong audio. And then, lahat po yan, pwede natin i-click dahil hindi naman po natin alam kung ano po yung magiging audio file nila. And same as with video files, ganun din po. Ayan siya. So, pwede po natin siyang customize ayon po sa ating magiging gustong ipasubmit sa ating mga estudyante. Okay? So next po is feedback. So nabanggit po natin kanina while we're discussing po sa ating kung ano po yung nagagawa ni assignment tool, si feedback. So ito po yung another setting. So sa feedback types, makikita nyo po dyan, feedback comments, offline grading worksheet, and feedback files. So kapag ang pipiliin po muna natin ngayon is si feedback comments and then feedback files. Para pwede po kayong makapag-attach ng audio ng inyong, for example po, i-download nyo yung work ng bata or work ng ating estudyante, pwede po natin gradean through i-download po natin and then re-upload po natin. So, comment in line, no lang po natin. Next po is the submission setting. So, tingnan po natin kung ano yan. So, meron po dito, require the students to click the submit button. So, si requires student to click the submit button, ito po yung pag in-enable po natin siya, i-require po niya si student na kailangan po i-click niya yung submit button pag po meron siyang sinubmit na mga files or may mga sinubmit po siyang task. So, ibig sabihin nun, ina-acknowledge niya na magsasubmit na siya. So, automatically, isasubmit po yun sa teacher. So, kailangan po nating i-enable yan. So, i-click po natin si yes. Then, required that student accept the submission statements. Another po ito para maka-make sure tayo na tama yung sinasubmit nila. Tatanungin ulit sila ng system na, are you sure you want to submit your task? So, pwede po nating i-enable yan para makapag-isip sila, ay, meron pa pala akong kailangan i-edit. So, pwede po silang bumalik sa kanilang submission. And, ito po yung isa na isa rin po sa magandang feature ni e-learning platform natin, which is attempts reopened. Kung gusto po natin na maraming attempts, pero since assignment po siya, di ba, never po natin ang ilalagay natin sa kanya. And then, pero dito po sa ating attempts reopened, meron po yung tatlo. Never, manually, and automatically until pass. So, sa assignment po, never po tayo kasi para minsanan lang naman po sila magsasubmit ng assignment. Tama po ba? So, yun po. Next is the group submission setting. So, ano naman po yung makikita natin kay group submission setting? So, ito po, i-enable lang natin kung by group po yung kanilang task. So, kung hindi naman po at individual, i-click po natin si no. So, yun lang po si group submission setting. We can enable yes if by group. So, ito po yung group. Pag po by group, ito po yung setting. Require group to make a submission, yes. Require all group members to submit. Pwedeng no, pwedeng isa lang kasi yung mag-submit kung group sila. And grouping for student groups, ayan, so none. So, kapag ka po may by group, pwede po ito. Pero since individual po muna yung ating i-demonstrate today, no po muna tayo. So, next po is the notification. So, ito po yung isang kagandahan ni learning management system talaga. Ino-notify po tayo kung kailangan na po or meron pong nag-submit, pwede po yan. Pwede po nating i-yes. Or notify graders about the submission, late submission, pwede rin po nating i-yes yan para ma-notify po tayo kung sino yung nag-submit after due date. And default setting for notify students. So kapag nag-post po tayo ng assignment or nag-open si assignment, pwede siyang i-enable or manonotify si student pag nakaklik po yung yes. And next po is grade. So dito po kay grade, dito na po tayo gagawa ng rubric. Dito na po tayo mag-select kung ano po yung grading or yung point system na gusto natin. So sa grade po, syempre po point. And then, yung ating maximum grade, dapat po alam na po natin. For example, sa akin, 20. And then, grading method, dahil po ang ating i-demonstrate ngayon at ang ating pong gagawin is about rubric. So, ang piliin po natin is rubric na grading method. And then, grade category, same, uncategorized. Grade to pass, meron po ba tayong grade to pass kay assignment? So, pwede pong 80%, 15, or 50%, 10. So, sa akin po, ang lalagyan natin is 10. And then, blind marking. Ito po, isa po to sa gusto kong feature ni e-learning platform natin, which is the blind marking. Dahil po, minsan, para po hindi tayo maging bias when it comes to grading the students, so, pwede po tayong maglagay ng yes para hindi po natin alam kung sino po yung ating kinigradan. And, pwede po if ever na dalawa naman po kayong teacher sa isang subject, meron po dito, hide grader identity from the student. So, para hindi po nila alam if sino po dun sa dalawang teacher yung nag-grade ng kanilang output, pwede rin po nating enable yan. So, another feature po yan ni e-learning platform natin. And use marking workflow, no lang po muna natin yan. So, yes po natin si blind marking. And then, common module settings, wala naman pong masyadong babaguhin dyan. Next po natin is restrict access. So, if gusto po natin na hindi ma-access si assignment hanggat hindi natatapos yung iba pong nilang mga gawain sa taas, like for example, if hindi pa sila nakapag-quiz or hindi pa nila na-view yung lesson, pwede po tayong mag-add ng restriction. So, activity completion, pwede pong activity completion, or date. Pwede pong date, pwede pong grade, user profile, and restriction set. So, ito po yung mga add restrictions. So, for this demonstration, activity completion po muna yung ating ilalagay. So, the student must match the following. So, activity completion, choose tayo. For example po, yung video lesson, kailangan muna nilang matapos before sila gumawa ng assignment. Must be marked complete, must not be marked complete, must be complete with pass grade, and must be complete with fail grade. So, pwede po nating i-customize kung gusto po natin na after ng activity completion, kung na-mark lang as complete, pwede na siyang mag-take ng assignment o kailangan niyang makapasa before siya makapag-take ng assignment. Kailangan mo na may passing grade siya. So, pwede po yun. So, it's up to us or it's up to kung paano po yung situation natin that time. So, for this demonstration, ang ating pong i-click is must be marked complete. So, after po niyan, meron din tayong setting po sa ating activity, which activity is activity completion na setting. So, si activity completion is student can completion tracking po natin, kailangan po ang lalagay po natin dito is show activity as complete when conditions are met. So, kasi kapag po ang nilagay natin dito is student can manually mark the activity as complete, pwede pong i-mark na lang nila as complete na lang yung kanilang activity and without us knowing kung talaga bang nagawa nila. So, dito po sa completion, ang piliin po natin is show activity as complete when conditions are met. And then, may makikita po kayong nadagdag na settings. So, require view. I-require po natin ba si students na i-view yung activity to complete it? Yes, check po natin yan. Kailangan bang makareceive ni student ng grade before niya ma-complete yung activity? Dahil po assignment siya, i-check po natin yan. And student must submit to this activity to complete it. So, kailangan. So, kailangan po nila mag-submit ng assignment before po ma-complete yung ating assignment or yung kanilang assignment. So, check po natin yan. So, and meron din po siya dito, expect completed on. So, pwede po natin yan i-check kung ano po yung date na in-expect natin na mako-complete po nila yung kanilang assignment. So, dahil naglagay naman na po tayo sa taas ng kanilang cut-off date, pwede na po natin siyang wag na po natin siyang i-enable. So, next, tags and competencies, same as is, wag na po tayong gagalawin. Now, let's click Save and Return to Course. So, once nag-save po tayo and return to course, makikita na po natin siya. Ito na po siya. Gawaing bahay. Ayan na po siya. Pero, hindi pa po tayo tapos. Wala pa po tayo dun sa ating rubrics. So, kailangan po nating lagyan ng rubrics dahil sa ngayong hapon po, ang atin pong i-demonstrate is assignment with rubrics or using rubrics. So, click lang po natin yan. And then, ito na po siya. So, makikita na po natin dito yung grading summary, kung ilan po yung participants natin, ilan po yung gumagawa or nakadraft yung kanilang gawa, ilan po yung nag-submit, ilan po yung kailangan nating i-grade, ilan at yung due date niya, and kung ilan pang oras or ilan pang araw natitira para dun sa ating assignment. So, paano po tayo mag-a-add ng rubric dito po sa ating assignment? So, makikita po kayo sa inyong upper right na gear button. Ito po siya. Click lang po natin si gear button and makikita nyo po dyan advanced grading, define rubric. So, click lang po natin si define rubric. So, define rubric. So, ang una po natin gagawin is yung ating pong required. Meron po tayong required din dito, which is the name. Ito po siya. And then, maglagay na po tayo ng name. So, for example, gawaing bahay, rubric number 1. So, yung description, pwede po tayong maglagay ng description or hindi. It's up to us din po. And then, ito na po yung paggawa natin ng rubric. So, first is, meron po tayo itong criterion, level. So, ito po yung si level. And then, yun po, paano po tayo gagawa ng rubric. So, gawa po muna tayo ng rubric. So, maglagay po muna tayo ng criterion. So, 4. Pwede pong kahit ilang criterion yung gusto natin. And then, pag mag-add po tayo ng another criteria, ito lang po siya, add criterion. So, maglagay lang po tayo ng ating mga criteria. For example, yan po ang ating criteria. So, we have 5 criteria. And then, maglalagay po ngayon tayo ng level. So, si level, yan, napakahusay. Husay at katamtaman. And nangangailangan pa ng pagsasanay. So, pagka maglalagay po tayo ng level, ito lang po ulit, add level. And ayan. So, pwede po nating palitan si points. Pwede po siyang ascending or descending. Depende po sa inyo. So, 5, for example, 4, 3, and 2. Ayan. G and ganun din po sa baba, ulitin lang po natin kung paano yung nakalagay. Yan, kaka-copy-paste lang po natin sa bawat level. Then, add tayo ng level. Then, baguhin po natin yung points. 5. 5 dito. Another 5. And another 5. Then 4. 4 points. 4 points. 4 points. And 4. 3 points. Another 3. 3 points again. And 2. Ayan. So, once natapos na po tayong mag-edit dito, and 2. And 2. Ayan. Last one. Okay. So, pag tapos na po tayong mag-edit dito, ito na po si ating rubrics. Pwede na po nating i-reuse si rubrics kung may parehas pong pamantayan yung ating mga susunod na assignment. For example, pwede po nating i-reuse si rubrics sa mga susunod pa nating mga gawain or assignments. So, para hindi po tayo laging gawa ng gawa. So, ito po, sort order of levels, ascending number of points or descending by number of points. Pwede po yan. And then, i-check na po niya lahat, yung pag-calculate ng grade, having a minimum score of the minimum achievable grade for the rubric, allow users to preview rubric. So, pwede pong i-check din yan or i-uncheck. Pero dahil po kailangan na makita yan ng ating mga estudyante, check po natin. Then, display rubric description during evaluation. So, pwede po yan. I-check din po natin yan. Display rubric description to those being graded. So, pwede rin pong naka-check yan. And display points for each level during evaluation. Display points for each level for those being graded. Allow grader to add text remarks for each criterion. And show remarks to those being graded. So, after po nating ma-customize yung ating rubrics dito po sa define rubric setting po natin, we can go ahead and save rubric and make it ready. So, once clicked, ito na po siya. So, makikita nyo na po siya. And, so sa view po ni teacher, ito po yung nakalagay. So, meron po nakalagay kung ilan yung participants. So, ngayon po may in-enroll po akong isa na estudyante. Kung meron po bang gumagawa, kung merong nag-submit na, meron po bang needs to be grading or meron na tayong kailangang i-grade, due date, and then yung time remaining nung ating assignment. So, makikita nyo po lahat yan dito. And, lipat po tayo sa view ni student. So, paano naman po yung view ni student? So, ang view po ni student, ito po siya. So, nandito po, gawaing bahay, nakalagay. And nakikita po niya dyan yung kanyang kailangan gawin, yung kanyang pong instruction na nilagay po natin kanina sa description box. And makikita po niya dito yung submission status niya plus yung ating pong ginawang grading criteria or yung ating rubric na tinatawag na ginawa natin kanina. So makikita po natin dyan kung merong submission comments na and yung ating add submission button kung saan po mag-add ng submission si student. So try po natin mag-add ng submission. So pag nag-add po tayo ng submission, pag nag-add po ng submission si student, ito po yung kanyang magiging view. So meron po siyang online text kung saan pwede po siyang mag-type ng kanyang submission. So for example, lagyan po natin ng submission niya. For example, yan. So, ito for example, yan yung kanyang sagot. And ito na po yung kanina pong in-enable din natin, yung file submission. So, pwede po tayong maglagay ng mga files. So, pwede po natin i-click yan and upload file. So, ayan po siya. So, choose lang po tayo ng file. For example, ito po, yung ating i-upload na isang image. So, ayan po siya. And save changes. So, once po na save changes, makikita po niyan na dyan, draft not submitted. So, paano po niya masasubmit? Submit assignment. So, ito po yung chance nila na pwede po nila pang i-edit si assignment. And pag bumalik po tayo sa teacher's view, ito po siya. Refresh po natin. Makikita nyo po, merong isang draft. Ibig sabihin, merong gumagawa pa and hindi pa nakakapag-submit. So, nakita po natin yan. Balik po tayo kay student. So, pag bumalik po tayo kay student, pwede pa po niyang i-edit yung submission niya. Pwede pa pong i-remove. And kung final na po yung kanyang submission, just click Submit Assignment. So, once po na-submit, ito po yung chinek natin kanina, yung confirm ng submission. So, meron po siya dyang kailangang i-check. This submission is my work except where I have acknowledged the use of works of other people. So, kailangan po niya yung i-check to clarify na talagang gawa po niya yung kanyang sinasubmit. And then, continue. And ayan na po siya. Submitted for grading. So, nakita po natin, nakapag-submit na po. And hindi na po niya may edit once na nag-submit na po siya ng kanyang assignment. Ngayon po, balik po tayo kay teacher's view. Pagpunta po natin kay teacher's view, refresh lang po natin. So, pagbalik po natin kay teacher's view, makikita nyo po dito, nakalagay, meron ng needs grading at meron ng nakapag-submit na isa. So, try naman po nating mag-grade. So, grade po tayo. And then, lalabas po dito yung pangalan ng participant. Ito po siya. Yung due date. And, ayan po yung kanyang mga nilagay. So, as teachers, pwede na po tayong mag-grade. So, ito po yung madali dito. So, 5, 3, kiklik lang po natin 3, and well, 5 din po siya, or 4. And then, ito na po siya. Pwede po tayong maglagay ng feedback. It's either very good, through words, or through audio, or mag-a-attach po tayo ng picture, pwede rin po. And feedback files, kung meron po tayong feedback files. Pag tapos na po tayong mag-grade na teacher, we can save changes. So, makikita nyo rin po dyan sa baba, may nakalagay po na notify students. So, kapag nag-submit na po tayo ng grade, mananotify po si student. So, save changes. Then, balik po tayo kay student. So, once po na-refresh ni student, makikita niya na po dito yung graded. And then, feedback comments, very good. So, ayan po yung kanyang graded. Ayan na po siya. And then, ayan po, si teacher. And then, meron din po tayo dito, balik po tayo dun sa gawaing bahay. View all submissions. So, pag kinlik naman po natin si view all submissions, makikita po natin dito yung mga user or yung ating mga estudyante. Yung pong kanilang mga sinubmit, nandito rin po, summary po ito. Yung kanila pong naging grade, ayan po, 14/20. So, ayan po siya. Natin. Okay. So, nakita na po natin doon yung kanyang grade. Ayan, 14/20. And pag marami po tayong estudyante, pwede po tayo mag-search by first name and surname. And meron din po tayong option dito na kung ilang assignment po yung makikita natin per page, pwede pong 10. Kung gusto niyo po na maramihan agad, 50. Pero kung ayaw niyo pong ma-overwhelm, 10 lang po muna. And filter, meron po tayong filter dito kung sino pa yung, pwede po nating i-filter kung yung meron pong hindi pa nakapag-submit, yung submitted, yung kailangan pa nating gradean, and granted extension. So, pwede po yan. So, there you go. I hope now you feel more confident about producing your own assignment activity in your respective courses. Again, this is Roma Belchilin Zoit, an EdTech specialist from SDO Nueva Ecija from the Digital Gateway Development Team. Thank you for listening and have a good week. So now, allow me to introduce the next speaker, a fellow EdTech specialist from the Digital Gateway Development Team. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Ms. Florence de Vera Bernardo from SDO Angeles City.
Thank you, Roma, for that heartwarming introduction. Again, this is Florence, an EdTech specialist from the Digital Gateway Development Team, originating from SEO Angeles City. So hello to our dear participants. I hope you learn a thing or two from me this session. Now, this session will be focusing around how you guys will be working around another activity in LMS. So what's so special about this activity? What is it? It's the quiz activity, okay? So what is a quiz activity? That's a big question mark. But before really delving into the definition, let's try to go over the objectives for the session. Now, at the end of this session, hopefully you guys could first apply the appropriate settings for a quiz activity in a virtual learning environment. In this case, the DepEd Learning Management System. Second, gauge the learner's basic recall of facts, their understanding, analysis, and evaluation of learned content using multiple choice quiz items. And finally, construct effective true or false quiz items that assess the learner's surface level knowledge and higher order thinking skills. So these are the targets for the session, and I hope we'll be able to do everything in a snap. Now, let's begin with defining what a quiz activity is. A quiz is a very powerful activity in the DepEd LMS because there are a lot of questions that could range from simple ones or knowledge-based questions to scenario-based questions or complex type of items. There are different types that we can use. We can have multiple choice items, short answer items, even essay items. all of which would require a teacher like you, like us, some feedback other than the scoring that's expected from us. Now, what is so special about the quiz activity is we can create our own PISA like items. So our students will not have any difficulty in taking standardized exams such as that. Next, we will also be covering, okay, thank you for that, uses PISA like questions. There are different features as well for the quiz activity. If you already have questions that you can use from the past or in a question bank, you can reuse them, and you can also randomly select questions from that question bank. Second, we can also have shuffled choices. So you don't have to worry about uh, answers that might be leaked or choices that will be leaked, because everything will be randomly selected, or there's shuffling involved. Third one, you could also have automatically marked answers, especially for questions or quiz item types that are close ended, answerable by yes or no, or maybe choosing from a set of questions or rather choices. Okay. Except, of course, for essay type of questions, which would require manual grading. Next one would be, of course, our favorite. Once we ask our students to answer the quiz, of course, feedback will be there. We would also identify what are the correct answers, determine it, publicize it to our learners. At the same time, if the learners are having some difficulty when it comes to answering some items, as they have another attempt on a certain question, there will be visible hints. So we are the ones setting that through the quiz activity. And next, of course, our favorite. Who wouldn't want this? So we can constrict the exam by limiting the time allotted for the students to take it. So this is highly applicable for standardized exams or summative type of tests, major exams, quarterly exams. And next one would be, of course, whatever grades or scores that the students will be getting out of the quiz, that will be recorded in a grade book. So again, those are such a wonderful set of features for the quiz activity. Next part would be, of course, knowing its applicable use. It could be used as a course exam, mini tests. It can also be used as practice exam or exercises. So quizzes do not necessarily mean or equate to summative tests. We can use them as practice exercises or formative assessment, immediate feedback activity, and of course, self-assessment. Students would know where they at in terms of learning and what else should they be doing based on the results of the quiz. And of course, there are two that we will be learning for this session. First of which would be the multiple choice type of items, and the next one would be true or false. So are you guys ready to learn these two quiz types or item types? I hope so. Let's proceed to the demonstration. So a while back, the previous speakers already attempted to work around this existing course. So we'll do the same. The first thing to do, of course, turn editing on in order to activate the editing capability of your course. You would know that you can start editing because you can see a lot of these pencil icons. You can drag the items or section at the same time. You can see here, turn editing on. And of course, the edit buttons. Now, for our type of activity, we'll be placing it under subukin. Oh, papakatagalog po tayo, ha? Filipinong-Filipino. So, speaking of which, Filipino, the subject is Filipino. I'll have to place the activity or the quiz activity under subukin. So, how do we do that? It's very simple. Go to the lower part or lowest part of that section, and you can see here, add an activity or resource. Click that, and you can see the activity chooser or the pop-up window where you can see a lot of activities and resources you can use. It's so easy to spot because everything is alphabetized. Okay, so like I've mentioned, it's an activity. Let's just click this. So we'll have fewer choices. Let's go. And poof, we can see the quiz. So if you plan to make quizzes every so often, you can just hit the star button to make it as a favorite, okay, a favorite activity. And you can see that already under starred. If you plan on using less quizzes, just unstar it and then you won't be seeing the fourth tab anymore. So going back, so here's a quiz. You have here an exclamation point where you can see a description of what the activity is. So in case you get so oldie already or parang may mga point na parang, oh my gosh, ano nga ulit to? So you can always review. So there's a guide. So going back, I'm sorry for that. I closed it. Click quiz. Okay, let's just wait for it to load. And poof, we're already here. So once we click an activity, we'll be routed to its settings. And don't worry if you see an exclamation, a red exclamation point like this. It means it's something that's required. So we'll have to name the quiz. I'll just place pagsasanay sa module 1. Okay? So yun. Unang pagsasanay. Here. And then description. So you call this as an auto text editor and you have your toolbar here. So you can choose whatever you want for your paragraph style or font style. You can always customize. So this part is actually optional. But if you want to be very specific with the instructions, or let's say you wanted to describe the quiz in detail, you can always input the details here. Usually I go for the panuto. I always place the panuto here or the instructions. And let's have an example from the module. Basahin mo, so here, ang isang pabula rather or fable at sagutin ang sumusunod na mga tanong. Piliin ang letra ng tamang sagot. Now, if you plan on having multiple or varied types of quiz, it would be safe to just describe the quiz. So, basahin ang pabula sa Module 1 at tingnan o pwede ding sagutan ang mga items. ang mga items muna. Balikan natin. Parang nakalimutan ko yung Tagalog ng items. Ang mga items sa pagsasanay na ito. Okay? So, ayun po. Balikan po natin yung items na yan. Ako po. So, if you plan on showing a quick preview of the instructions or description in the course page, you just check that. If you plan not to, gusto nyo kailangan pang puntahan ng bata sa quiz mismo para makita to, i-uncheck lang po natin. Okay? Now, let's proceed to the other types of sections or settings under the main quiz settings. So, we have first the timing. So, para po yung buhay, para din pong love life, lahat idaan po natin sa proper timing. So, if you notice, everything seems to be grayed out. To make sure that we can input some details here, you just have to click enable. And then, yep, the gray areas rather are already gone. So you have here, open the quiz. So this is the time that you plan to launch the quiz. Starting with the date, the day, the month, the year, and the 24-hour format for the time. Now, if you wanted to make this quiz available as early as 12 a.m. or 12:39 a.m. in this case. So just choose 00. If you go for 12 p.m. or noon, just choose 12. And so on. Okay? So very easy. But if you don't want to navigate the time of the quiz launch, just click here and you can simply have a calendar view, a bigger view of the time and then of the date rather. And if you also plan to make this quiz, if you want this quiz to be taken in just a day or in a few hours or after a week. So you'll have to enable the close the quiz option and then set again the time. So for my case, today is August 8th. And then I plan on closing the quiz, let's say a day after. So August 9th, you can do that. And then for the time limit, so this is something that I would like to emphasize because as we enable this, like there's no going back. There is really a time limit set for the quiz. So if you see that the quiz is good for 60 minutes or an hour, go ahead and choose 60 minutes. There are also other options here. You can go for weeks, days, minutes, and seconds or hours even. So ayun po. If feeling nyo hindi naman kailangan ng time limit, pwedeng-pwede po. Lalo na pag formative lang po yung use ng quiz, hindi naman po siya recorded, pang-practice lang ng bata, kahit wala pong time limit. Pero kung nakita nyo na parang nanobra na ata yung mga attempts na nag-ano po yung students, nag-practice, so I guess pwede kong i-challenge sila konti by setting a time limit. Next! When time expires. So there are 3 options here. Yung unang option, yung pinaka-recommended among the 3. Kasi po, once the student is trying to answer, pag nag-move po siya sa mga succeeding items po, kung biglang, ay, poof, example lang nga, naka-enable to, lumagpas na po siya sa oras. So kung hindi niya na-review yung items or kahit hindi niya na-review yung mga previous sagot niya, okay na okay lang. Kasi automatic si system, binasa na niya yung mga sinagot ng bata kahit hindi pa niya ni-review yung mga nasagot niya, nauna niyang sagot rather. Okay? Yung pangalawa naman, there is a grace period when open attempts can be submitted. So, eto naman, this is really good if, okay but closed. Dapat meron siyang continuation. Sorry about that. Ayaw na niya. Ayan. Okay. So, ayaw niya talaga. Full view na daw. So, there is a grace period when open attempts can be submitted. Pero, pag na-close na, for example, ganito. 1 hour siya, pero later on or latter part of the setting na set mo na may konting grace period. So, okay po yun. Kaso, kung hanggang sa ganitong item lang si student, hindi na niya pwedeng i-review, hindi na siya maka-move forward sa succeeding items. So kung ano lang yung nasagutan niya, yun lang yung automatic na tatanggapin ni system. Hindi na po yung mga hindi pa niya nasagutan. So eto kasi you can really go back and forth, wala tayong problema. Eto naman medyo may constriction na konti. Eto naman sa third, attempts must be submitted before time expires or they are not accepted. So pag magka-quiz po kasi tayo, later on makita niyo po yun. Pag natapos po tayo sa lahat ng quiz po natin, merong option doon or prompt sa system na nagsasabi na i-review mo na ba yung mga sagot mo. Kung dito sa una, pwedeng i-review, pwedeng balikan lahat. Ito naman, kung close na, wala nang review na nangyayari. Kung close na yung pwede mo lang pwede lang tanggapin na system na sagot mo, yung nasagutan mo lang. Etong pangatlo po, sadly, lahat ng in-effort po ng bata or yung student po natin, hindi na po matatanggap ni system kasi nga walang open attempts. So, sadly, kung hindi niya na-hit yung submit, wala na. End game na para kay bata. So, we don't want that to happen. Hence, we'd highly encourage or recommend to go for the first option. Okay? Sana naintindihan po yun. Next, grade. So, you can see here, just one option, uncategorized. When you grow closer towards the use of gradebook or a class record, kung sa normal or regular language lang po natin, mas marami pong grade categories na mag-a-appear po underneath. So for now, wala pa po tayong sinet na grade categories. Uncategorized muna. Let's just use whatever is there. Leave it as it is. For grade to pass, ito naman po, let's say out of 10 quiz items, gusto mo na yung passing grade perfect. So percentage po to mga fellow teachers. So 100 agad yung ilalagay natin. Pero come on, reality naman po, hindi naman po lahat ng mga bata nakaka-perfect. So meron pa rin konting nakakalimutan si student or medyo kailangan pa niyang i-familiarize yung ganong aspect sa lesson. So we will be realistic in setting the grade to pass to 75. Pero kung medyo science high school po tayo or Philippine Science High School, usually 80 or 85 po yan. So, nasa sa inyo po yan sa pinag-usapan po ng school nyo or sa department nyo. But for now, let's see 75. Okay? For attempts allowed po, eto naman po, unlimited. So, if it's a simple exercise or formative assessment, unli na po natin. Pero kung feeling nyo parang wala, parang yung mga bata, kayang-kaya naman ang dali ng lesson. So, we can settle for 2 attempts lang sa quiz. Pwede ding 3 attempts. Pwede po yun. Hindi necessarily unli parate. Pero, if it's a major exam and feeling mo it's a do or die moment, isa lang talaga. Pwede pong isa lang po yung attempts allowed. Okay? Pero kung unlimited, pwede pa po tayong or kahit alin po dito sa attempts, number of attempts, yung grading method po mag-appear. Pwedeng yung highest grades, let's say, naka-4 na attempt si bata. Let's say sa 4 na yun, pinaka-highest na grade yung pangalawang attempt niya. So yun yung i-record ng system na pinaka-mataas na grade na bata. Yun po yung grade kukunin na score. We have the second one, which is average grade. So yung median po. So average po talaga, add and then divide to the total number of attempts na pag-take ng quiz or retake ng quiz. Pwede ding yung first attempt, medyo pamatay po yung first attempt, ang sakit po yun sa bata, and then last attempt. So yun. So if we really trust that the progress of the kids would be smooth sailing, so the safest one would be last attempt or the highest grade. Ako usually, I go for highest grade kasi alam mo naman, yung mga bata, madami silang regrets kung nagkakamali sila sa quiz. So, if it's a simple exercise or quiz, highest grade would really do. Okay? Now, for the layout, this is a good indication or parang good setting to work around kung gusto natin or parang sobrang haba or lengthy yung quiz. So, instead of bombarding our students or crowding them with a lot of questions, let's say 100 items. Example lang po, no? I know, exag konti. Tapos, isang page lang po yung 100 items. Ang sakit po nun sa bata. And we also would like to avoid cases na medyo, syempre, yung mga leakage and all. So, we go for, apart from really believing in the shuffling or power of shuffling the items and the questions, we can also change the layout of the questions into every 2 question. So kada page po, 2 items. Tapos next page, another 2 items. And so on. So pwede po marami po tayong option dito. Okay, pili lang po tayo. Sa akin, every 2 questions na lang. Pwede din every 3. Per 2 na tayo. 2 na. Okay? And then, eto po, navigation method. So, when it comes to navigation, there are 2. We have free and sequential. Free, para pong free-spirited persons po sila. They can always go back and forth. Kahit nasagutan na nila po yung previous item, pwede po nilang balikan. Kasi, wait lang, parang mali ata yung sagot ko. Balikan ko yung unang item. They can also skip if they like. Leave one item, then just skip. Or, eto pangalawa po, sequential. Medyo masakit po sa heart content, no? Pero okay naman po siya if we really wanted to train our kids to really believe in the answers that they encode or they choose. So, eto po ang mga bata po natin. Pag nakasagot na po sila sa previous item, di na po nila pwedeng balikan. And hindi din po pwedeng, kung hindi nila nasagutan to, magsiskip sila. Bawal po yun. So, naka-order po talaga siya. Like, in sequence po talaga. Nasagot mo na yun, di mo na pwedeng balikan, move forward. Yan, parang love lang yan. Kung naka-move on na po tayo, wag na po nating balikan. Kung maayos na po yung buhay ng tao, wag na po nating balikan. Char. Next question, behavior. So, eto po yung maganda. Yung sinabi ko kanina, we can always do the shuffling of questions and how questions behave. Ito yung magandang part. Kasi, ang dami nito. Parang, oh my gosh, parang ang dami masyado. Can we remember them all? We can always click this if nalilito, question mark. Pero other than the question mark, we highly encourage you to use deferred feedback kasi from the word itself, deferred. So, iti-take muna ni bata. So, the kid will take the entire quiz. And then only after he or she is able to complete the quiz, will the score or the results appear at the same time, the feedback for his or her entire performance in the quiz. So maganda po yun. Hindi masyadong nararattle si student. However, there are also other items that you can explore here. Adaptive mode with penalties, without penalties. So, ito naman only attempts pero yun nga, merong medyo masakit kasi unless kung di makorek na bata, hindi siya makaka-move on. May mga ganong instances. We also have immediate feedback right then and there. Meron ng feedback, mali ka, tama. And then interactive and multiple tries, meron din po yan. Now, if you notice, there are two choices here with CBM. So CBM is, it's a certainty, it looks into the certainty of the kid when answering an item. Maganda po yan na choice, itong deferred feedback with CBM. Maganda po yan kung yung bata, or parang yung teacher rather, gusto niyang tingnan ko talagang yung pagkatama ba ni bata, talagang si bata, sure ba talaga siya na sasagot niya or nakachamba lang siya. Although medyo, lang siya, medyo para sa akin matrabaho on the end of the ones who are taking the test. Kasi apart from the question and then the choices na i-click nila or ito-type, meron pang item dun sa baba na nagsasabi na certain, gano'n ka ka-certain sa sagot mo, unsure, sure, mga ganon. So, parang na may konting pa-survey sa baba. Pero isang linya lang naman po yun, very few items. So, magagamit po yun for item analysis. So, yun. Kung gusto mo lang na maselan tayo, okay na okay po. So, deferred feedback na lang po tayo. So, there are also others that you can look into. For now, I'd go for just leaving this as it is. And then, review options. Ito, maganda to. So, yung review options po natin, meron tayong part na during the attempt, pwedeng mag-review. Immediately after the attempt, later while the quiz is still open, and after the quiz is closed. Usually po, ang ginagawa po natin, ina-uncheck po natin yung the attempt. Ina-uncheck din po natin yung the attempt later while the quiz is still open and immediately after the attempt. Kasi, gusto natin na yung bata, hindi pa nila alam or malaman agad yung sagot. Minsan kasi, although we trust our students, kung pwede, we trust them with all our heart and soul, meron at meron pa rin mga outliers in a way. So, para talaga hindi din ma-defeat yung purpose or goal na nagpa-quiz tayo. So, maganda kung after the quiz is closed na makikita ng mga bata yung tamang sagot. Okay? So, ayun po. Pero, if feeling nyo, hindi, gusto ko i-uncheck to, I prefer doing this and that, you can also do that po. It really depends on your preference. Okay? So, ayan. So, that po, appearance naman. Paano yung itsura ka mo? Okay? So, first, it shows the user's picture. So, pag nag-check ka or parang bigla mo lang tingnan sila or i-proctor sila sa exam, merong nag-appear na pangalan nila, tsaka yung picture nila while nagtitake sila. So, may small image, large image. Pero, so far, kung hindi naman siya yung ganyan na mabigat na exam, no image would do. Decimal places in grades 2. Decimal places in question grades, same as for overall grades or choose from the options in the drop-down. Ito, mga blocks. Kami, no lang nilalagay po namin dyan or natin para we leave it as it is. Safe exam browser, no lang din po kasi meron pong mga cases where students tend to complain na medyo hindi nagwo-work yung ano nila, yung browser nila or yung mga sagot nila hindi nila ma-input ng maayos kasi marami masyadong restrictions sa Safe Exam Browser. So, it actually depends. Mas maganda kung mag-test run po tayo sa mga classes natin yan during exercises para makita natin kung talaga bang fitting or inappropriate yung Safe Exam Browser. So, it actually depends upon the group and syempre yung bandwidth ng net and all. So, yun. Please explore. Next, extra restrictions on attempts. So this one would require password and so many other things. We usually leave them as they are or as the settings as they are kasi hindi naman siya necessity kung gusto mo lang. Now, what are the cases where we highly encourage you to go for extra restriction? Ito may nakalagay, require password. There's this one time na yung student ko, may nakaschedule na major exam. Kaso, ang naging problem, nagkasakit siya, so hindi siya nakasali. So, lumagpas na siya sa close date ko. Kahit grace period, lumagpas na din siya. So, wala nang chance para i-take ni bata. So, if we're going to set an extra restriction on attempts, tapos may password dyan, pwede kong galawin yung user override. It's a special feature in the DepEd LMS na yung bata, isa-search ko lang yung account niya using the email address and then I'll be able to set or tweak the settings of the quiz para matake niya kahit lumagpas na siya sa ano. So, kahit maraming restriction, marami ding allowances binibigay yung isang e-learning platform. So, ganun po kaganda. Okay? Next, overall feedback. Siyempre, may mga grade boundary tayo nakikita dyan. Percentages. So, if na perfect ni bata, you can have an overall feedback saying excellent. Or, mali pala. Filipino pala. Mahusay. Or kay galing. Mga ganon. And then, we have another grade boundary. So, let's say si bata naka 75%. So, pwede nating sabihan na mas galingan sa susunod. Ng ganon. Mas galingan sa susunod. Kaya mo yan. No? Dapat positive pa rin tayo kasi alam niyo na mga bata, matampuhin minsan. And then if you wanted to go beyond these these two rather, so you can always click this, add 3 more feedback fields. So mas maraming text editor na lalabas dyan or text box para maglagay na naman po tayo ng grade boundary. And then comment po natin. So, ang dali lang, di ba? Feeling nyo lang mahirap, pero ang dali lang. Next po, common module setting. So, ito po, we usually go for show on course page. Kaso kung medyo feeling mo, ay hindi pa talaga handa yung quiz ko, we can always hide it from students muna or make available but not shown on course page. So, hindi mo na nakikita. So, pero kung ready ka na, show on course page na, walang problema po. Yung groups po, eto, I'd like you to explore on your own. Medyo matagal yung discussion nito, but nonetheless, we would like to explore it together in the ladderized program we have for the DepEd LMS. So, abangan nyo po yun. Okay? Restrict access naman po. Ito po is something that was discussed by the prior or previous speakers. But for a quick review, pwede po tayong mag-set ng restriction in terms sa date, sa grade, user profile, restriction set, and even activity completion. Usually po, ito po, choose. So marami pong mga naunang activity. So let's say gawaing bahay must be marked complete before niya sagutin or masagutan rather or ma-access yung quiz. So, pwede po yan. Pwede po tayo magdagdag pa ng ibang restriction. Kung gusto nyo talagang pahirapan yung mga students nyo or hindi pala pahirapan, i-challenge sila ng todo. Pwedeng-pwede po. Okay? Now, let's have activity completion this time. So, eto, we have 3 options. Do not indicate activity completion. Medyo, for me, parang nag-effort na yung bata mag-quiz, bakit hindi indicate? So, yeah. Unless kung reading ano lang siya, parang reading activity, pwede naman kung walang sinasagutan, walang i-check si teacher, walang problema. Students can manually mark the activity as complete, or completed rather. So here, if the student is done, sila na magsasabi na, okay, check, I'm done here. Minsan, ang naging downside lang dito, hindi pa talaga tapos, pero siya na nagsasabing complete na siya. So to do away with that, we go for the third option, which is show activity as complete when conditions are met. So require view, dapat niyang i-view para ma-complete. Pwede ding dapat makagrade si student para ma-complete yung activity. Check lang po natin to. Pwede ding, syempre, kung hindi naman siya, yung recorded na talaga siya, yung seryosong quiz, dapat i-require natin yung passing grade. Okay? Pero kung feeling nyo, hindi, pwede namang available attempts completed, pwede din i-check natin yan. Okay? Uncheck na natin. Ito tayo, require passing grade. And of course, syempre, expect completed on. So, meron po yan. Pwede po tayong mag-set na naman po ng date at time. So, ayun. Ako, hindi ko na i-expect completed on kasi meron na tayong parang close date for Pero maganda po to para ma-remind din po yung student na, apart from closed na yung quiz, dapat na remind ako ng system. Makikita ko sa messages na, uy, meron pa pala akong dapat kumpletuhin. Pwede po. Okay, so set ko na lang August 9. Next, tags and competencies. These are settings that you can leave to their default. Kayang-kaya po yun. Okay lang po. It wouldn't matter if we tweak them or add details. Wala pong problema. And then we click save and display, or pwede ding save and return to course. Pag save and return to course, babalik po tayo kanina sa buong course natin na merong maraming lista ng activities na ginawa na po ninyo or natin with the previous speakers. So for now, let's click save and display. Para diretso na tayo. Ayan, may problema tayo. The grade to pass cannot be greater than the maximum possible grade 10. So yung nakalagay ko, 10, yung nakasettle or rather nakaset na is 10. 10 muna. Pero sige, 7 na lang. Pero di, ayoko. Gusto ko perfect 10. Don't worry. Kasi if we're getting some parang change of mind sa total number of items at yung grade to pass, pwede po nating balikan. In fact, we can easily edit that later when we hover through the quiz talaga mismo. So don't worry. Aabot din tayo dyan. So after changing this, tingnan natin if we can already go through. I'll click, meron pa bang red? Feedback grade boundary between 0 and 100. The value you entered in boundary 1 is out of range. O sige, 100 ko na yung boundary. Kasi kanina pala nakalagay doon 100, no? Okay. Sige, yun. 0 na lang. Yun na lang, sige. Tapos, na-0 na ako eh. Okay na yan. Sige. So, I'm going to hit. Sana wala nang error. Kayang-kaya natin to. Save and display. And poof! There you go. Okay na po to. Wala na po tayong problema. Now, balik tayo sa course page. Tingnan natin kung anong view. Okay. Save and return to course po tayo. And poof. Okay. Ayan. Yun, tingnan natin. Pwede natin mag-shortcut tayo. Punta tayo dito sa Module 1. Okay. Tingnan natin kung nag-appear yung quiz. Okay. Sana nakikita natin. Makita natin agad. Okay. Ba't nawawala yung quiz natin? Tingnan natin. Ay, naku po, nawala siya. Tingnan natin kung na-save natin sa isang module. Okay. Ay, nawawala siya. Ano kayang nangyari? Na-save ko kaya ng maayos? Parang hindi yata eh. Okay? So, pag mga ganitong cases, i-double check po natin kasi minsan, pag hindi po tayo napupunta dun sa page kamo na mag-a-add tayo ng question, minsan na naging problem, hindi po talaga na-save siya ng maayos. Pwedeng nag-fluctuate yung net natin or hindi na-receive ng system yung command kamo na binigay mo. So let's have a quick run through kung paano natin ginawa kasi nawawala siya. Pwede din nating i-refresh. Refresh kaya muna natin before tayo mag-add. Baka kasi makita natin ulit. Okay? Nawawala talaga siya. Ang cute. Okay, sige. Okay lang yan. Patience is a virtue for teachers. Okay? Yan nakikita mo. Meron talagang mga challenging parts din sa isang system, which we can resolve, of course. So, name, module, pagsasanay. Unang pagsasanay. So, maganda dito, pag mga ganitong portion na parang hindi mo, parang, ay, sayang, hindi na nakuha, hindi natin naayos. So, you should always have a backup file, pwedeng Word file, pwedeng notepad para mas mabilis makopy. Yung timing kanina, enable ko yung open the quiz, close the quiz, and then the next day yung deadline. Time limit, wala akong nilagay. For time expire, open attempts are submitted automatically sa grade. Wala po tayong problema na dyan. Madali lang po. Layout, pwedeng every question of you, every two questions sa akin. Gusto ko. Question behavior, shuffling, deferred feedback. Okay po tayo. So review na to Review options, uncheck ko lang to. Ayoko munang bigyan sila ng feedback while they're taking the quiz or the quiz is still open. So, eto lang po naka-check. For the appearance naman po, wala po tayong problema dyan. Safe exam browser, hindi ko nagalawin. Extra restriction, ayoko naman din. Overall feedback, so wala. Pwede din po natin itong i-leave as they are. Common module settings, so show on course page. Restrict access, activity completion. Ayan, ang galing, di ba? So, kayang-kaya po natin gawin lahat yon. Enable po natin. Expect to compete on the 10th, all-in na yan. Or pwede ding 9, sige. Parehong-pareho talaga. And then, save and return to course. Sana makita na natin, please. Okay? Tingnan natin together. Ayan na po. Unang pagsasanay sa Module 1. So, ang galing, di ba? Nakita din natin. So, hindi natin naayos na pag-save kanina. Don't worry. Mabilis lang sabi ko nga. So, here, in the edit part, click lang po natin, edit settings, kung gusto natin bumalik sa mga na-set na natin tungkol sa quiz. Okay? Or click mismo yung quiz para makita yung preview, yung parang introductory part. You can see here, quiz is open at Monday, and then maging close siya on Tuesday, grading method, highest grade, and then edit quiz, back to the course. Edit na natin Ready na tayo? Edit quiz, click lang po natin. And then poof, makikita po natin may maximum grade, may shuffle option, may add, okay? Add a new question, add a question from a question bank, or a random question. Sa case po natin, assume lang po natin na wala pa po tayong question bank. So we add a new question. Again yung dalawa pong question na gagawin natin ngayon would be a multiple choice type of question and a true or false question. So, unahin po natin yung multiple choice. Okay? Add lang po natin. Okay? And as you can see, meron na namang set of settings na titignan natin. At double check na natin, baka meron tayong hindi na naman na-save na maayos or tinignan ng maayos. Question name, although medyo annoying to sa iba na, ano ba yan, panay name? Actually, hindi po. Kasi when you have your own question bank, mas madali po nating spot yung type of question or yung topic ng question. So, yung sa atin, it's a pabula or a fable. So, lalagay na lang natin pabula 1. Pwede po yan. Pwede din po may spacing. Walang problema. Okay? Question text. Ito naman po, dito na po talaga natin nilalagay yung question natin. So, kukopyahin ko lang super saglit yung yung question kanina. Okay, ito yung question, no? I wasn't able to write the panuto, pero we can insert the panuto here. Yan. So, basahin mo ang isang pabula at sagutin ang mga sumusunod na tanong. Piliin ang letra ng tamang sagot. Now, the thing is, kanina kasi, the general setting, hindi natin nalagay yung pabula. Hindi natin siya we weren't able to set the expectations of the kids. Hindi natin nalagay. Let's say, wala silang copy ng manual or ng module. Dito lang nila titingnan for the first time. So we can always insert or edit an image, browse repository, upload a file, choose file, and then hanapin ko yung text na or yung pabula or fable. So for this, kinopya ko to sa module. Ito po siya, and then click open. Nakikita na po natin siya, yung file name. And then upload this file. Yan. Ayan na po siya. This image is decorative only. So maganda po to para sa mga visually challenged po natin ng mga kids and all. Talagang mas mabilis nilang makita, visible sa kanila, makatulong tayo. So ganun po siya. Ganun kasimple, kayang-kaya pong ilagay. Okay? And then the question underneath, ano ang pamagat ng nabasang pabula? Default mark, ito po yung points na ibibigay nyo sa pagsagot nila sa item na to. And general feedback, ito yung feedback na general. Example, ang parang tinatamad, hindi naman tinatamad, mali yung term ko. Let's say you want everything to be simple. You just say, yung sagot dito ay ganito. So, regardless of the answer or choice, sinabi mo na yung sagot ganito talaga. Pwedeng ganun yung general feedback. But, this is something that is optional. Pwedeng specific feedback or meron kang feedback kada item, pwede po yun, or kada choice. ID number, just leave it as it is. Ito yung maganda. One or multiple answer. So, you have the option, ito ha, kung isa lang naman talaga yung sagot, one answer only. If you feel that some items would require two or more answers, so multiple answers allowed, yung i-choose natin. Then shuffle the choices. Of course, let's do that. And then number the choices. So, ito po, maraming option. Maliliit na letters, malalaki, number, etc. So, hindi ka na mag-worry. Kasi sometimes, di ba, pag galing tayo sa meron tayong question bank or pwede ding copy ng dati nating quiz or exam, ang nangyayari, kinakopy pa natin yung letter para magkasunod na makasunod. Pero kung nakashuffle siya, no need to copy the letter from an existing text file, okay, or material. Show standard instruction, pwedeng yes, pwedeng no. Pwede sa inyo yan. So here, ito na po, yung default po, choice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? So 5 choices po yung pwede po nating ilagay. Are we required to fill everything out para 5 choice? No. Pwedeng 3 lang, even 2. Pwedeng 4 din. 4 yung standard sa atin. So, eto po, lagay ko lang po, eto yung choice ko ha, choice A ko. Ang aso at ang karne. Yun yung title una. Pero is it the right answer? Tingnan nga natin, silipin natin sa taas. Ang aso at ang uwak. So, hindi siya yung sagot. So, tingnan po natin ulit, choice 1. Yung grade po natin none kasi hindi po siya tama. If feeling nyo naman yung choice na yun, medyo malapit siya. So we can have corresponding percentages na pwedeng ibigay. Kung ayaw mong 0 talaga, kung mali student, medyo malapit yung choice niya, pwede nating iset sa other percentages. Walang problema po or marking. Feedback, pwede tayong maglagay, pwedeng hindi. Ito na yung sinabi ko sa inyo. Pag general feedback, sa buong na, lahat na. Pero kung gusto mong tag-iisa talaga, every answer, pwedeng-pwede po. Okay? You can even add emojis and so on para sa feedback. Even audio recorded feedback, pwede po. Ang ganda, di ba? Ang saya. Choice 2. Ito yung choice 2 ko. Ang aso at ang uwak, which is yun na talaga yung title. Now, instead of choosing none or have a certain person, nope, don't choose none nor 90 and below. Go for 100%. Kasi yan yung pinakatamang sagot. Okay, yun talaga yung sagot. Now, can I just go for 2 choices? Pwedeng-pwede naman. But, usually, we go for 4. Lagyan ko na po. None lang po yung ilalagay dyan. Kasi wala siyang grade. And then, ang uwak at ang karne. That's the 4th choice. 5th, wala akong lalagay. Don't worry, you don't need to delete that. Pag naka-preview na po tayo sa quiz, nakatanggal na po yung 5th na choice. Now, for combined feedback, ayan, pwedeng Sa lahat ng correct na response, your answer is correct. Kung partial lang, partially correct. If you notice, naka-auto populate na po yung text or parang meron ng template na nakalagay. We can also amend such a template. So, ayun. Very easy, no? We make things easier with LMS. So, naka-grade out po yung option na show the number of correct responses once the question is finished. Ayan. And then, multiple tries. Actually, ito na yung parang if you wanted to dig deeper or go deeper with quizzes, ito yung mga penalty na sinasabi ko sa inyo. Pero kung feeling nyo naman parang ayoko mag-penalty, so long as nakita ko yung progress nila, there's growth in terms of performance, then okay na wag na nating i-tweak yung settings for multiple tries and so with tags. And then I'll hit save changes. Tingnan natin if mapupunta na po tayo doon sa poof! Ayan na! Okay, so preview natin siya. Ito yung ginawa natin. Let's preview it. Let's see how it looks like when it comes to the quiz view ng mga bata. Ito ayan. Panuto. Then the text image. And then ito po yung question and then yung choices. If you notice, yung tamang sagot natin na letter B kanina, napunta na siya sa C. So nakikita po natin na there is really shuffling of choices. Galing, di ba? Tapos, if feeling natin, medyo parang may gusto pa akong question behavior na change. Hindi ko na i-defer. Pwede po tayo mag-change din po dito sa baba. Ayan, whether correct, not shown, pwede ding i-show natin. Marks, specific feedback, right answer, pwedeng i-show natin yung right answer. Walang problema. Okay? And then, update nyo lang kung gusto nyo i-adapt yung changes na yon. At yan, mark out of 1. Yon. Check natin ang aso at ang uwak. Ayan. So, yun. Okay na tayo. Ganda, diba? Ang dali lang. Now, here are other items or icons which you can look into. You have the trash bin or the delete icon. So, deleting this item. We also have the gear icon or click anywhere and then you'll be back there sa setting ng quiz. So, ganun lang po siya ka-simple. Pwedeng balikan. Cancel ko na lang po because I won't be doing any changes. This time, I'd like to add another. So, let's add another multiple choice item. Chink, chink, either po dyan. Ito na lang po tayo. Add a new question. Multiple choice pa rin para maka-review po tayo. Add. Let's say I'll be using the same question. So, ito siya, pabula 2. Yan. Rather, the same text, yung basis, sorry. Second question ko, sino-sino ang tauhan sa pabula? Yan. Default mark, kung dalawa yung check, edi 2 items, 2 points. Kung isa lang, isa lang. Pero kung yung dalawang characters pinag-isa sa isang choice, edi 1 point lang. Pero kung feeling mo significant na yung dalawa, 2 points kahit magka-combine sila. Okay, walang problema. So, isa lang yung sagot, multiple answers, depende. Sa akin, pinag-combine ko. Try natin ipag-combine yung dalawang characters in one. So, 1 answer lang. Shuffle the choices. Number them, of course. Then, sagot natin. Yung una kong item, aso at agila. Makikita natin yan sa module, di ba? Tapos yung pangalawa, aso at uwak. Masyadong obvious yung sagot. Pero talaga. Sorry about that. Nalipat natin. Yan, aso at uwak. Siya yung tamang sagot, 100% syempre. Now, what if gusto kong ilipat? Ayaw kong aso at uwak. Gusto ko aso at pusa. So, instead of 100, none na. Dito ko ilalagay yung tamang sagot. Pwede po. Aso at uwak. This time, siya yung iha 100% ko. Try lang natin, okay, na hindi 4 choices, 3 choices. Tingnan natin kung i-accept. Siyempre, i-accept yan. Okay? So, here you go. Combine feedback, multiple tries, leave ko na lang as they are. Then, save changes. Tingnan natin how the second item would look like. Ayan na po siya. Review po natin. Ayan, 3 lang po yung choices. Okay? Tapos again, if you wanted to change some settings or make some adjustments, pwede. And hit close. Eto, na-realize mo. Eto ha, isa-shuffle ko. So pwedeng mag-shuffle yung mga tanong na to when the kids try to or attempt to answer the quiz. Pwede po. Kaso, if naalala nyo, sa unang item natin nakalagay yung buong text or yung text na pagbabasihan sa rest ng questions. So, if I were you, i-uncheck po natin yung shuffle kasi para yung pinakauna talagang quiz question would be the basis, nandun yung basis na text. Don't worry, lahat naman ng mga natin, yung mga items natin, naka-shuffle yung choices. So, okay lang na hindi mag-shuffle yung items. Pero, again, it depends upon your preference whether or not you like everything to be shuffled or not. So, yun. So, pwede po nating gawa ng konting adjustments. Next, okay. Let's have the third or last multiple choice item. Okay? Kayang-kaya nyo na yan, ha? One last. So, kung nakabukas sa inyo to, sabayan nyo lang po ako. So, or create your own question text. Here's my question. Copy ko lang po. Default mark. Let's give it a 1. And then, naka-shuffle pa rin. And then, answers. Aso. Agila. Okay. And let's have uwak. And finally, pusa. Okay. All right. Balikan natin yung question. I think I was in a rush in showing it to you. The question is, sino ang nakakita ng karne na nakabilad sa araw? Okay. So, we only have one character na pipilian natin from the choices. And then let's just hit save changes. Ay, problema to. One of the choices should be 100% so that it is possible to get a full grade for this question. May error. Bakit? Yeah, tingnan natin, silipin natin. Choice 1, none. Choice 2, none na naman. Choice 3, none pa rin. Choice 4, none pa rin. Oh my gosh. Tingnan natin. My God, you see, I'm getting older already. So, gawin po natin kasi yung sagot po natin ay yung uwak. Kayo nakakita, kaya nga kinuha niya, 100% siya yung So, you see, kung medyo nagkamali tayo or nakulangan ng sagot or hindi natin na-set yung tamang sagot, merong prompt yung system na may kulang ka, may kailangang dagdagan, may kailangang iset. And then, if tapos na, hindi na yan mag-error. Pag save changes na, makikita na po natin siya nakalist. Okay? Naka-page 2 siya. Bakit? Bakit page 2 na si item 3? Remember the general settings for the quiz? Di ba kanina, yung sinet natin, every 2 questions, 1 page. Yun yung sinet natin kanina. Okay? Now, let's have the second type of quiz. Sandali na lang po nito ha. Let's click add. Wait lang. Are we having several type of quizzes? Quiz item types in one quiz? Siyempre, pwede yun. Hindi katulad ng usual natin na pen and paper assessment na dapat lahat, 1 to 10, identification, 1 to 15, true or false. Hindi po ganon. Pwede po nating pagsabay-sabayin or rather, pwede nating magkaroon tayo ng aggregate of quiz item types. Pwede po yan. Okay? So, on the end of the students, hindi din sila mabore mag-take ng quiz. Sila mismo parang, oh, this is something new. Oh, another type. Yun. So, madami po yan ha. Pili lang po tayo dyan. Pero, again, focus muna tayo sa first 2 types of quiz. Let's have true or false. So, etong true or false, eto sabi nila, ang dali lang true or false. Actually, hindi yan madali. Kung si teacher magaling gumawa ng true or false item or question or STEM, kumbaga, kayang-kaya po yun. Pwedeng i-complex. Depende sa level ng learner. Now, question name na naman. Okay, don't worry. Masasanay din kay kakabigay ng question. Question text. So, since true or false po siya, I'm just going to place a sentence or two and then nasa students po yan kung sasagutin nila as tama or mali. Pero sa case po natin, true or false po yung nakalagay sa system. Okay? So yung question is, or rather the statement, sa sobrang tuwa sa sinabi ng aso, napahalakhak ang uwak at nabitawan ang karne. Okay? So, oo nga naman, pagtatawa ka, bitaw agad. Sayang yung food, no? Yan. So, default mark po natin, true or false po yan, a simple true or false question. 1 lang po yan. Pero kung gusto nyo 2, kung medyo mahirap po yan, true or false question, pwedeng 2 points po yan, 3 points and onwards. Depende po sa inyo, teachers. Now, tama ba siya or mali? So, the 2 choices, syempre true siya kasi nangyari talaga sa story. So, true po yung ilalagay po natin. And then kung tama siya, pwede tayong magbigay ng konting feedback dyan. Ang galing or ang husay. Ganon. And then feedback kung mali, kung English pa, please try again later. Ganon yung pwede nating ilagay. Okay? So, ayun. So, pwede ding wala na lang tayong response. Pwede sabihin na kahit empty lang, kahit wala na tayong ilalagay. Actually, kung nakalagay tayo ng wala tayong balak maglagay ng feedback for false, kahit yung sa true na sagot ng bata, pwede na din po nating wag lagyan ng feedback. Wala pong problema. Okay? Save changes po tayo. And we'll see how it looks like again. Ayan, nadagdag na po siya, pang-4 na quiz. Let's hit the preview button. And then, ayan na po siya. Okay, so ganun po siya. Ang dali lang, di ba? And of course, if you wanted to review some of the items, pwede po. Okay, right answer shown. Update. Ayan. Now, let's have one more example. Okay, let's hit add. Okay, do it with me. Add a new question. True or false. Add. And then, pabula 5, kasi it's the 5th question. Question text or the statement kung i-determine nila kung tama or mali. Inagaw ng uwak mula sa aso ang nahulog na karne. This can be true if meron pang konting parang mga ano lang, no? Yung parang Tom and Jerry na mga scene na meron konting distansya from the aso and the karne na nahulog to the uwak. Pwedeng-pwede po yun. But if the dog is already consuming the meat, it'll be difficult for the uwak to grab the meat from the dog. Nako, Diyos ko, nakakatakot yung dog pag nag-let loose siya sa sarili niya. So they could get a little aggressive when they're hungry. So, but we love dogs and cats and all the fur babies out there. Now, default remark, we have 1. And feedback if gusto po natin. And then, eto tama po ba or mali? Sa story po, it's false. Kasi nung nakita na ng uwak na nahulog yung meat, although may pinch of regret na, ay, di na ako magpapalin lang o papadistract sa aso. Ganon. So, ayun. Hindi niya kinuha kasi kinakain na nga o nasa aso na. Okay? And then save changes. Ayan po. So we have 5 items. The 5th item is already placed in another page. So meron din po tayong remove page break. So instead of going back to the main settings of your quiz, pwede pong ganyan para magkakasama na po yung 3, 4, 5 at hindi lonely si 5th or last item. Ayun po. So maximum grade. So ito po 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say gusto ko maging 10 siya. Etong part na to, yung sa multiple, gawin kong 2 items. Pwede ba? Click lang po natin yung pencil icon. Let's hit 2. Here naman po sa 1, ay eto po, first item, 2 pa rin po. Tignan natin. Ay, sorry about that. 2 and then enter. Okay. 2, 4. Ito din, to be fair. Okay. 6, 7, 8. Kulang pa rin. Hindi abot ng 9 or 10. Pwede pa po tayo magdagdag ng iba. So, ganun lang po kasimple. Save lang po natin. Let's see how the quiz looks like. Balik po tayo sa unang pagsasanay sa Module 1. Yan po siya. Preview quiz now. And this is how your quiz looks like. Ayan po. Ayan. Oh, for those who are wondering, people would say na, naku, pwede bang para ma-shuffle ko lahat ng questions? etong panuto and yung text or yung pabula mismo, pwede ko bang i-transfer elsewhere? Pwede po. Lagay lang po natin doon sa general settings ng quiz. Lagay na po natin siya in advance. Okay? Kung isa naman po yung topic, ito po yung basihan po sa lahat ng quiz item po. Pwede po. Para yung numbers 1 to 5, pwedeng mag-shuffle po sila. So, ayun, try po nating sagutan ng aso at ang uwak. Sino-sino ang tauhan? Obvious naman po, aso at uwak. Then, 2 items lang po yan. Kasi nga, every 2 questions, yung napili natin kanina, sino ang nakakita ng karne na nakabilad sa araw? Okay. Uwak. So, sobrang tuwa ng sinabi ng aso, nabitawan yung karne dahil humalakhak yung uwak. True. And then yung 5th, kasi ni-remove natin yung page break. So, na-combine si 5th questions of 3rd and 4th. So, inagaw ba talaga? False. And then hit finish attempt. Ito na yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Yan. Return to attempt. Pwede pong balikan. Okay. Pero kung may option po tayo doon na gusto nyong i-review talaga ng bata, yung mga items before mag-submit all and finish, pwede po. Paglaruan po natin yung mga settings natin kanina, yung sa pinakaunahan. And submit all and finish. Tapos meron pa siyang last confirmation. Are you sure? Are we really gonna submit? Submit all and finish. And then tingnan natin. Ayan. So nakalagay na po yung marks natin, tapos yung grade natin. Ayan po. So, ayun. Pag may mali si student, mag-a-appear po yan sa gilid ng sinagot niyang mali na bakit mali, yung feedback na binigay ni teacher. At meron ding option na sabihin kung anong tama na sagot. So again, you can always see some feedback in terms sa performance ng bata, pwedeng per item or pwedeng kabuuan, depende kung saan nilagay ni teacher yung feedback. Pwedeng specific, pwedeng general. So, paglaruan lang po natin. Walang problema po yun. Ayan, no? Maganda. Ang maganda dito po, pag multiple attempts, nakalagay po dito, chink, 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 mga row pa rin na sa unang attempt, ganito, sa pangalawa, ganito naman yung scoring niya or nakuha niya. Ganun. Pwede po. Then, if you feel like really doing or adding more items, edit quiz lang po tayo. Kayang-kaya po yan. Okay, so, yep. There you have it. That is how rather, you can adjust the settings for your quiz and even add quiz items that would work best for your students. For this session, we had multiple choice item and true or false item. So without further ado, again, this is Florence, EdTech Specialist from DGDT of SEO Angeles City, coming from that division. Saying thank you, and I hope you learn a thing or two from me. And I'll be introducing the next speaker, also one of my colleagues in the team, another EdTech specialist from Digital Gateway Development Team, who'll be discussing and exploring further the other types of quiz items. So, ladies and gentlemen, come and join Sir Fidel Domingo of our team. So, thank you, everyone, and see you soon. Hi, Sir Dale!
Hi, Ma'am Ploy. Thank you so much for that introduction. So once again, magandang hapon sa lahat ng VINSET 3.0 participants. So I will just be continuing the discussion which has been started by Ma'am Ploy, which is about quiz. We all know that assessment is a very important factor for us to make inferences in the learning development of our students. And so, with the use and utilization of the learning management system offered to us by the DepEd, pwedeng po natin siyang gamitin upang ma-facilitate natin itong area na ito to monitor and to check on the learning development of our students. And so, without so much further ado, let us now continue with the quiz activities. So I'll be with this activity or session. Okay, of course, there will be objectives. And for the first objective, you will have to evaluate learners as they apply their previously acquired or mastered knowledge to correctly answer fill in the blanks quiz items. So I will be showing to you later on how to, craft quiz items making use of the fill in the blanks type. The next one is allowing learners to connect premises in a column to their corresponding responses through matching type quiz items. So I will also be demonstrating to you later on kung paano naman po mag-craft ng isang quiz item wherein we are to make use of the quiz type matching type. And the last one will be assess the learner's ability to articulate their thoughts through short answer quiz items. So parang siyang identification sa mas mababaw na pagkaintindi. So those are some of the few types that I will be sharing to you this afternoon. And now, let us then proceed to first the quiz activity. So here's the fill in the blanks, the matching type, and as well as the short answer. First thing that I will be demonstrating to you will be of course, the matching type. Let me just share to you my screen. There you are. So as we always say, when we would like to edit or add an activity or resource sa ating pong learning management system, it is always, of course, this turn editing on button ang lagi po nating pipindutin. So let me just turn on. There you are. Ayan. So again, just like what I have mentioned a while back, I will be continuing the activity which has been started by Madam Foy. And kung naalala natin, yun ay yung unang pagsasanay sa Module 1. Alright? So, i-click lang ho natin siya. To access, we have to click it. There you are. And then, click the gear icon button and then click the edit quiz. Kuha. Ayun. Kuha. Alright. So, from this interface, which already shows to us kung ano yung natapos ni Ma'am Floy just a while ago, okay, we will then click the add button and then click add and add a new question. So, mag-add tayo ng ibang question type. So, let's click this and then we will choose matching type. Okay. So, matching type is actually a type of a quiz or an assessment wherein it provides a compact way to be able to test a great number or deal of information. Kasi pwede natin siyang pagtapat-tapatin but there is already a great number of data or information. So let's click add to add this type of quiz. There you are. So as mentioned a while back by Ma'am Floy, kapag may nakikita tayong mga marks na ganito, it means that they are required. Okay? So pagka required po siya, ibig po lamang sabihin that we really have to input data on it. So on the question name, okay, ang lalagay lang po natin dyan will be the type of quiz. So what is this quiz? Matching type. So kung sa Tagalog, we call this as pagtugmain. Pwedeng ganyan. Alright? So, and then for the question text, okay, dito naman po natin ilalagay, of course, yung ating pong direction, ang ating pong panuto. Okay, lalagay ho natin dito because dito po sa ibaba, dito po tayo maglalagay ng mga items with their corresponding matches. Okay, I hope you are getting the concept or the idea. All right, so let me now put in here the panuto or the direction. Okay, so for the direction, so ang ilalagay lang ho na lamang natin ay of course panuto. So pag tugmain, okay, ang mga sumusunod. Yan. So tukuyin kung ano, ayan, ang tinatanong, halimbawa lang, okay, sa mga sumusunod, tama ba? Sumusunod na pangungusap, halimbawa lang, okay, at piliin, of course, ang tamang sagot. Dahil sa LMS po, in LMS, actually drop down or it offers us a set of choices kung paano natin siya i-match. Okay, malalaman or makikita natin yan mamaya. All right? So, again, we have to modify these settings. So first, we have the general, we have the question name and the question text, and after that, for the default mark. So, kung ilang items ang ilalagay natin dito, then we have to change this later on. So, ganito lang muna, iwanan muna natin siya. Now, for the general feedback, this is optional. So, just for the sake of this demonstration, wala muna tayong ilalagay as this is not required for this activity. Okay, and even for the ID number, which is seldom used. Now, let's proceed to the answers. So say, for example, so it says here for the available choices, we have to provide at least 2 questions and 3 answers. Why 3 answers? Para magbigay ng, a bit more challenge sa ating pong mga participants. Hindi yung exact kung ilan yung number. Iwasan po natin yun, especially so if we are crafting a matching type of quiz. So, say for example, because we are making use of the Filipino 6, module 1 and for quarter 1, kukuha tayo ng item doon. So, I actually got here. So, say for example, kwentong ang pangunahing tauhan ay mga hayop na kumikilos at nagsasalitang parang tao. So that is the question. So ano yung sagot? Of course, we call this as fabula. Okay. Next item. So we have for question 2, nagsasalaysay. Okay. Ng mga pangyayari yan, tungkol sa pangunahing tauhan. Okay? So ano ang sagot natin dyan? Ang tawag po natin dyan ay kwento. Now, for the third question or item, naglalahad ng mga impormasyon tungkol sa paksa. Okay. So ano ang sagot naman natin dyan? Tekstong pang-impormasyon. Ngayon, ang sabi natin kanina, okay, that's been made mention that we have to, if we are to provide 2 questions, we have to provide 3 answers. Now, for this activity, we already have provided, 3 questions. And so, we will be providing 1 more extra answer. All right? So yan, pag nag-add tayo, it brings us back sa top part ng ating pong ginagawang quiz. Ayan, so medyo antayin lang natin, nag-load, yun. So, dagdag natin sa answer, sagot na lang, wala na po sa question, usapan. Okay, pero walang laman. By the way, I just would like to let you all know as well that we can also make use of this formatting toolbar. Pwede natin po siyang i-edit. And then we can even make use or upload images and even audio, videos at that. Pwede po. But just for the sake of this activity, we'll just make use of the text. Okay lang po ba yun? Okay, I hope na nakakasunod ang ating pong mga participants. And by the way, I almost forgot to tell you that I want the questions and even the answers to be shuffled para hindi kapag halimbawa magre-retry. Say for example, the setting na i-set up natin dito will be unlimited retries. At least, okay, hindi siya na parang predictable. Okay? Kasi nga naman kapag hindi natin i-shuffle, as it is na yan nalalabas sa ating pong learning management system. And so, okay, we make use of this shuffle feature of the LMS. All right? So after that, for the combined feedback, okay, eto naman po, it's up to us if we still would like to, edit or change, modify. Dahil nga Tagalog, pwede nating palitan ito. I'm not too good into Tagalog, but yes, I will just be leaving this by default. Okay, but if you, of course, it is editable. Kaya sa mga may gustong i-edit ito, pwede naman po. So I'll just leave it by default. And even for the multiple tries, as a newbie, as we start, as we are starting using the learning management system, hindi muna natin ito gagamitin, but you are free to explore later on kung ano yung po pwede nitong, of course, ibigay na feature pa. Sabi ni Ma'am Floy kanina, parang penalty na ito. So it's a bit more serious or challenging part. And also, for the tags, let us leave this by default. And then after everything, i-save changes and continue editing lang siya. Why? Okay, para ma-access natin mamaya yung kanyang preview feature. Okay, so let's click the save changes and continue editing. There you are. So pag natapos yan, let's preview. So when we click preview, yan. So this is how will it look like on the end of the student or the user. So ganito yung lalabas. So gaya ng sabi natin kanina, okay, matching type ito. So there you are. Andito yung mga choices. It's as if this is column A and this is column B. All right. Now there are also a set of settings here that you need to modify. First will be the attempt options. So the most commonly used how questions behave feature is deferred feedback and the immediate feedback. But for this activity, I would like us to make use of the deferred feedback. Ibig sabihin, after everything nasagot na and then i-submit, nun lang magkakaroon ng feedback. And then, marked out of, ayan, we forgot something, kanina, 1 lang kasi. So, kailangan palitan natin ng, ng mark, kung ilan yon. So, let's just close. Andito, kasi 3 yung nilagay natin. Ayan, so edit lang natin muna yan. Okay, so save lang hold natin siya para lumabas doon. Alright, so after that, we can again click preview. Ayan. And there you are. It shows us now the total marks. Again, let's go back here. Ayan. So, how questions behave? Deferred feedback lang po tayo dyan. And for the display options, I would like that this activity or this quiz will show us the correctly answered items of the student. Why? Para alam naman niya kung ano yung tamang nasagot niya. And then, for the marks, show mark and the maximum mark that is expected. Also, for the decimal places in grades, kung na po yan, leave by default na po yan. Specific feedback, journal feedback, right answer is shown. Hindi ko po ito ipapakita. Not shown. Why? Kasi nga, if we are to show this already after the try of a student, ipapakita niya yung tamang sagot and then after the second try, makukuha na niya. So it's not gonna give a challenge, a further challenge sa ating pong mga estudyante. So I will change this to not shown and then, of course, update display options. Yan. Alright. Kaya kung halimbawa, sample lang. Okay. Tauhan. Sample lang naman to. Okay. Kuwento. Pangunahing hayop. Halimbawa. Yan. So if we try to click submit and finish, ganyan siya. Okay. Kung mapapansin nyo, it shows us what are the items that have been correctly answered by the student. So, based from sa ginawa natin, isa lang yung tamang sagot. So, X yung dalawa. So, again, on the end of the student, mabibigyan siya ng further challenge para pag-aralan, pag-isipang muli ang kanyang isasagot on the next tries. Alright? So, I hope na naintindihan po natin yung una po nating activity or quiz type, which is the matching type. So, napakasimple lang. We can actually add as many items as we would like. But just for the sake of this activity, gumamit lang ako ng 3. Alright? So, close preview ko na po. And then, save changes. Kung wala na tayong gagawin dyan, then babalik po tayo. Kung papansin nyo, nandito na po tayo sa pagtugmain Nakukuha po ba? Okay pa po ba tayo, mga VINSET 3.0 participants? I hope so. All right. So the next activity, okay, will be about, ano yan? Of course, we have the short answer. Okay. So how to add again a particular activity? Okay, click add lang natin. Yan. And then add a new question. And then hanapin lang ho natin dito yung short answer. So it's the fourth one. Click lang ho natin. And then click add. Okay, ano nga ba tong short answer? Okay, these are actually questions that actually require concise and of course specific answers. What else? Focus responses. Okay, kaya nga identification, ano, yung tawag natin dito. So, this will enable or let the students, I think, yung parang exercises lang natin na ginagawa para sa ating mga estudyante. Again, for the question name, lagay lang ho natin ang ating pong question name or yung question type. Okay, ano nga ba ang title niyan? Ano nga ba sa Tagalog niyan? Yung identification, tukuyin. Ayan, so halimbawa lang, tukuyin. Okay. Now, okay, for this activity, okay, ilagay lang ho natin on this end, dahil required ito po, dito natin ilalagay yung question mismo. Yung tanong mismo na gusto natin gawin. Now, eto nga lang, isa-isa natin siyang i-add. Now, for the sake of this activity, sige, mag-add tayo ng isa na activity. So, ang gagawin natin, gamitin lang natin ulit yun, yung mga tanong natin kanina, no? So, say for example, ano ba? Pwedeng, okay, kwentong, ulitin lang natin yun, kwentong ang pangunahing, okay, tauhan ay, okay, mga hayop na kumikilos. Tama. Yan. At nagsasalitang parang tao. Alright. So, the default mark is 1. And then for the general feedback and ID number, huwag na po nating lagyan just for the sake of this activity. But then again, po pwede nyo po siyang lagyan on your preference according to your preference. Alright? And then, there is this setting na ang sabi dito, case sensitivity, which means to say that we can set whether it is case sensitive or not. So, naka-default siya na no, case is not important. So, ibig sabihin, we are not too particular whether or not capitalized or all caps or small letters lang siya. Ayan. So, just for the sake of this activity, ay gagawin natin, wag muna. Case is not important. Try natin siya. So, the answer there is pabula. And then, we will be giving, of course, 100% answer. Now, if we are crafting questions or making use of questions that actually, have two or multiple answers, po pwede naman po. Okay? Po pwede tayong magdagdag dito. Yan. Or, pwedeng partially correct sila, pwede naman po tayong magdagdag. Mamaya, we'll try doing that. Alright? So, again, just for the sake of this example, for the short answer activity, quiz type, ayan, so okay na tayo. So, for multiple tries, again, we will be leaving this by default and even for the tags. So, let's just save changes and continue editing. Okay, after saving, let's just go back and then click preview. Now, ayan. Okay, so for the preview, ayan na po. Ayan. So, kwentong ang pangunahing tauhan ay mga hayop na kumikilos at nagsasalitang parang tao. So, pwede na po natin siyang ilagay or lagay natin yung tamang sagot or yung sagot na alam natin. Again, we are able to access these settings parehas lang. Okay? Whether correct, okay lang po. Same setting na po tayo. So, wala po tayong papalitan dyan. So, say for example, let's just try. Ang nilagay ko kanina, if you can still remember, capitalize ang P. Pero ilagay natin, small letter lang. Wala. Then let's try, submit and finish. Let's see. Yun. Tama. Okay. Kasi nga naman, ang nangyari, ang settings natin ay no case sensitivity. So as per setup dito, ay hindi po natin siya ni-require na dapat case sensitive. Let's just try kung case sensitive naman siya or case mas much. So save and continue editing lang tayo. Save natin yung changes. And let's try answering, okay, with the, of course, small letters only. Try natin. So, let's see kung nare-recognize niya. So, submit all and finish. X na po siya. So, that is how the case sensitivity works. So, as per example, siguro sa mga Filipino subjects, of course, pangalan, mga proper nouns sa English. So, kailangan capitalize yung mga yon. So, dun po natin nagagamit yung feature na yon nitong short answer quiz type. Ayan. So, di ba napakaganda if we really are trying to develop the students' understanding and comprehension with regards to such rules sa mga ganong klaseng bagay. Of course, kayang-kaya po nating incorporate yan sa ating pong learning management system. Kaya nga po, we are very much happy that we're able to share to you this facility para magamit po natin yung ating pong mga technologies available sa ating pong mga eskwelahan. Alright? I hope na naging malinaw po yung ating pong second type of activity. Okay lang po ba? Ayan. So, again, sa ating pong mga VINSET 3.0 participants, enjoy lang po tayo. Anyways, we're almost at the last part of our session for today. Kaya just please bear with me. Now let's move on to the third and last demonstration of quiz type. Again, how to add? Of course, let's just click the add button and then add a new question. Now, for this activity, I would like us to, of course, choose, okay, select missing word. Ano ang gamit ng select missing word? Ito po ay para siyang fill in the blanks. Okay, so sabi dito, missing words in the question text are filled in using drop-down menus. Ang kaibahan lang nito, hindi ita-type in, okay, yung mga words, but they will have to choose on the drop-down menu. So ganun po yung kaibahan. But still, this activity or this quiz type is or falls into the fill in the blanks. Okay, this is one of the important things also na pwede nating magamit, essential quiz type na pwede nating magamit, especially so if we are if you want to test or assess yung recalling power ng ating mga students. Diba? Mga stories minsan, okay, pwedeng ganon. Or even terms, pwede pa rin po. Yan. So, let's now click add. Okay, so after that, it will redirect us to this interface where we can edit its settings or the settings of the question. As usual, okay, question name and question text are the ones which are required. So for this, I will just input the name of the activity. Okay, ano nga ulit itong name ng activity na ito? Fill in the blanks. Ano ba sa Tagalog ang fill in the blanks? Nakalimutan ko na rin. Ayan, punan. Ayan, ng tamang salita. Ayan, pwedeng ganyan na. Now, for the question text, okay, we can actually add here, okay, a number of sentences or statements where we can make use para doon tayo maggawa ng fill in the blanks. So, pwedeng paragraph, gaya ng sabi ko kanina, it can be a story or a set of statements. Pwede naman pong ganon. Ngayon, sa akin naman, as per module sa ating Filipino 6, yan, meron po tayong mga ikukunin from module 1, quarter 1. Okay, so say for example, ang sino ay sumasagot sa ngalan ng tao lamang. Okay. Ngayon, how will we be able to set kung ano yung missing word na kailangan na i-fill in mamaya ng student? So, lalagyan lang ho natin dito ng bracket. Ayan, saan may bracket natin? Double bracket na open and then another double or two brackets, okay, na close naman. Pero may isa pa tayong gagawin dyan. We will be changing yung sino into a number. Ayan. Dahil ang ipapalito natin, say for example, ano yung nakalagay dito? Sino. So ito po yung ilalagay ngayon natin dito sa answer number 1. So, sino? And then, i-change naman natin sa taas yung ayan, 1. Saan nga natin ulit nilagay yung sino? Okay? So, nilagay ho natin siya sa choices. Okay? So, for the default mark, mamaya po, kung tapos po na po natin maglagay, i-edit po natin yan. So, for now, may isa na po tayong content. Okay? Isang item. Sige, i-try lang natin siyang i-view para makita ho natin yung itsura niya. Okay, save changes and continue editing tayo para makita lang natin yung itsura niya. And then, let's, of course, click preview. There you are. Sakin lang natin siya. Tignan nyo. Ayan. Kaya lang, dahil wala pa siyang kasama, wala ring ibang mapagpipilian, kundi isa lang. So, that's how it looks like kapag isa pa lang. Now, let's add more items. Okay. Another. Okay. Ang tanong, okay, na ano. Ayan. So, ito yung lalagyan natin ng two brackets, open brackets and close brackets. Ayan. Ay sumasagot, okay, sa ngalan ng bagay na pa at pangyayari. Okay, pangyayari. Ayan. Okay, ngayon, palitan ulit natin yon. Yung ano, of course, we'll change this into 2. Tapos, ilipat natin yung ano dito sa second choice. Alright? Nakukuha? Madali lang, di ba? Okay, sundan nyo lang ako. Siguro, if magti-team replay yung iba dito, madali na lang yung masusundan. Alright, so next. Sige, let's have another. Okay. Ang saan, okay, ay ginagamit sa tanong upang matukoy ang pinangyarihan. Yan. O lugar kung saan ginaganap ang kilos. Yan. So, ang ating, of course, yung ating hahanapin dito or yung if-fill in na word will be saan. So, double bracket lang siya. Dalawang brackets din. Sorry for this. Yun. And then, of course, palitan lang natin tong saan ng 3. And then, ilagay natin yung saan dito. Okay. Now, okay, check natin. So, sige, magdagdag pa tayo ng isa kung gusto natin ng 4. Ayan. So, another. Ayan. Ang kailan, say for example, ang kailan, ayan, ay tumutukoy sa panahon. So, let's just add 2 brackets to kailan dahil ito yung i-fill in mamaya. And then, of course, palitan natin yan ng pangilan na yan. 4. Okay? 4. And then, ilagay natin dito yung salitang kailan. Sorry for that. Ayan. Now, isa po sa mahalaga rin na i-set up natin when we try to modify this, first, we have to take shuffle. Again, to avoid yung parang predictability ng ating pong activity or ng ating quiz. Kaya po natin ginagawa yan para hindi po may challenge ng konti sa ating mga estudyante. Again, for the rest of these settings, We'll just leave them by default, but you can actually modify them again for this feedback. Pwede po nating i-convert yan into Tagalog. Okay, just for the sake of this activity, English na lang muna, hayaan lang natin na ganyan. And then, even for this, wag na muna tags and created last save, wag muna. All right? So again, let us save changes and continue editing. After saving, ayan, babalik tayo dito para makita natin siya. Okay, preview ulit natin siya for us to view. Okay, ayan, let's just wait for it to load. Yan, okay, gawa na yung ating pong fill in the blanks na activity or find the missing word. So, ang blank ay, okay, ano kaya yan? Ayan, so ang blank ay sumasagot. Okay, by the way, may nakalimutan tayo. Ano yun? Okay, yung pag-change po ng marks. So, close lang natin, ano? We always forget that part. Okay, so ilang points ito? 4 points. So, maglalagay tayo ngayon ng 4 marks. So, again, balik lang tayo dito. Save changes and continue editing. Okay, then balik tayo sa baba. Para mag-change na rin yung default mark dito sa ating. Ayan. Pansin nyo, nagbago na rin siya. So, we have here this activity. Fill in the blanks. Andyan na siya. So, again, deferred feedback tayo. Okay, whether or not the correct answer is shown, of course, i-show natin siya. And then for the right answer, hindi po natin siya ipapakita. Okay, hayaan natin na ma-discover ng ating student yung mga tamang sagot. So, say for example, tatry lang natin. Okay, ngalan ng tao. Ano kaya? Sino? Sige. Ang tanong na blank ay sumasagot sa ngalan ng bagay at pangyayari. Halimbawa lang, kailan? Ang blank ay ginagamit sa tanong upang matukoy ang pinangyarihan o lugar. Saan? Yan. Ang blank ay tumutukoy sa panahon. Halimbawa lang, ano? Dahil yan yung naisip ko. Submit and finish. So, let's see. Yan. So, it says here that our answer is partially correct because we only have correctly selected 2. So, nandito. Nalalaman ko ngayon na tama yung sagot ko sa item 1 and item 3. Okay? But for items 2 and 4, mali. So, that is what I have to work on. So, kung ikaw yung estudyante, again, you will have to review at pag-aralan muli at alamin kung ano nga ba ang tamang sagot yan. So, with that, po pwede nating mabigyan ng further challenge ang mga estudyante. So, if there is nothing more that you would like to edit or modify in this part at wala na tayong gagawin, again, I would like to remind that we can make use of, images and further format this with this formatting toolbar available. Pwede po natin gamitin itong mga to. But again, just for the sake of this presentation, for this demonstration, basic text muna ang gagamitin natin. And what is important right now is that you are able to correctly make use of this quiz types sa ating pong learning management system. Okay po ba yan? Now, let's proceed, of course, sa ating save changes. Now, after clicking the save changes, again, it will redirect us to this interface which already shows us the different items, different quiz types that we already have created sa ating pong course in the learning management system. Okay, so balik tayo. Okay, stop sharing ko lang po. Ayan. All right, I'm sorry. There you are. So, again, those are some of the few usual tools or usual quiz types na po pwede po nating magamit when we craft different assessments making use of the quiz tool in the learning management system. You are free to explore further kung ano yung kailangan po nating malaman pa at gustong magamit sa ating learning management system. So once again, maraming salamat sa pakikinig sa ating pong session regarding quiz. And this time, I would like to introduce our, of course, next speaker, no other than Renz Noriel Yi, okay, an EdTech specialist which will discuss or who will discuss on the custom certificate. So once again, thank you so much, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Sir Dale, for the introduction. I know marami or karamihan sa inyo ay busog na dahil sa natutunan natin this day 1 of VINSET 3.0 mula umaga hanggang ngayong hapon. I hope okay pa po tayong lahat. Sige nga, if okay po tayo lahat, paki-comment sa comment box, okay? Salamat. At syempre, papunta pa lang po tayo sa exciting part. Katulad nga po ng palaging sinasabi ni Sir Mark C. na tagline niya, wait, there's more. Once again, I'm Renz Noriel T. from Parañaque Elementary School Unit 2, Schools Division of Parañaque, your EdTech specialist of Digital Gateway Development Team. Good day to all of us. I hope you all doing great. And isa pong malaking karangalan para sa akin to be here in our VINSET 3.0 as your facilitator. The assigned task to me is to discuss and explain custom certificate tool in our DepEd learning management system. This activity resource allows for the dynamic generation of PDF certificate, and syempre, this certificate gives motivation and recognition to our learners because they worked hard, accomplished their assignments, and performed more into their assigned task. So for our session's objective, at the end of the session, the participants will be able to explore the importance of creating and customizing a certificate tool, generate the essential parts of a certificate, and design the final certificate that fits their preferences and the overall style of the course. Custom certificate. Ano-ano ba ang ating gagawin in our assigned tool, which is custom certificate? Edit the content of a certificate. Setting of a certificate, like size, gaano ba kalaki ito? The citation of certificate. Siyempre, nandiyan na rin yung design of certificate. Will it be portrait or landscape? Depende sa gusto mo sa LMS class certificate mo. Upload the data needed or resources. We will be using Canva as our platform in designing background of our certificate so that we have data to upload. I know karamihan na sa inyo familiar na sa Canva. You can visit the website www.canva.com and log in your DepEd Google account. Maraming platform na pwede pa nating gamitin for background design of our certificate. Meron tayo dyan, PowerPoint presentation, sanay na tayo dyan. Paint application or Photoshop. Ikaw na lang mamimili sa kanila kung ano ang mas komportable ka gamitin. But for today's video or demonstration, Canva tayo. Insert the final touches for the certificate. Organize the position of inserted data or resources in our certificate. Kasi when we add elements, nakaposition sila into one place, into upper left corner. So we need to reposition those elements we added into proper places. Or every time we add an element, we can place it into its proper position in our certificate right away. We have those options. Lastly, review its overall design and seek feedback from peers. Once na sa tingin mo ay okay na yung design ng certificate mo, let your colleagues or your mentor check the certificate you made. Para kung meron man na typo error, missed letters or words, improvement of designs, will be reviewed and corrected na para clean releasing ang ating certificate. Right? Alright. So for our demonstration, gagawa tayo ng sarili nating design ng certificate. Without further ado, let's get started. Alright. So before we proceed into our learning management system, we go first into our Canva. Punta muna tayo kay Canva. So click another tab. Yan. Yan, para magkaroon tayo ng So, sa search, Google, type www.canva.com. Click mo natin yan. Ayan. So, once nandito na po tayo sa ating Canva site, custom size. So, click po natin yung custom size. Remember, be mindful about what design you want to do in your certificate. For example, gusto nyo ba ng portrait or landscape? Yan. Kung portrait ang gagawin po natin, kailangan ng size mo nito ay 210 by 297 pixel. So, ang ating magiging width ay 210. Then, height is 297. Ayan po. Pero kung gusto naman po natin ng landscape, pwede po natin gamitin ang 297 as width and 210 as height pixel. Pero for today's demo, let's use the portrait format. So 210, and 297. Again, dito po tayo mag-click or i-click po muna natin itong custom size. So ayan po si custom size. Andito siya sa may right side ng ating screen. Click po natin yan. Then type po natin sa width ay 210 or 210 sa width. Then for the height, 297. Then click Create New Design. So once na-click na po natin yan, lalabas na po ang ating working page or paper in Canva. Yan. So we choose what background design that we want. Maraming design po dito sa ating Canva. So ikaw na po magde-decision kung anong gusto mong background. So for me, hanap ako ng design na pwede kong ilagay dito. Ayan. So, I advise na medyo lighter color kasi para pag yung maglalagay po tayo ng content, mas makita po. Ayan. Okay, siguro I'll choose this one. Okay. Ayan. So, meron na akong background. Ayan po yung aking background. Ayan. Then, lalagyan ko po ng title. To add title, dito po tayo sa text. Kaya, click po natin si text. And dito po sa left side, click text. Ayan. Then, click add a heading for our title. Ayan. So, lalabas po ngayon si title dito sa page natin or sa paper page. Then, title, Certificate of Recognition. Ayan. Dahil malaki siya, pilitan po natin. Andito po yung settings sa upper part ng screen natin. Then, siguro ang magandang size ay 11. Ayan, okay na po yung 11. Tapos lagyan po natin ng effects. Kung gusto po natin. Ayan. Gusto ko ng kulay, ibang kulay. Bukod po dyan. Blue. Ayan. Yan. Halimbawa, yan po. Certificate of Recognition. Then another, add tayo ng add a little bit of text. Dito po tayo mag-add sa left side natin. Click is presented to. Kanino natin siya ibibigay. I-align lang po natin. And then, yung name ng learner po natin. Siguro lagyan po natin ng line para doon po natin ilagay. To add line, click po natin dito sa left side ulit ng screen natin. Elements. And click Elements. Then hanapin po natin si line. Ito po si line. Click natin si line. Lalabas na si line sa ating working page. Ayan. Lagyan natin ng counting space kasi dyan po natin ilalagay yung name ng bata. Ayan. Oops. Okay. So since masyadong makapal, Ninipisan po natin yan. Para manipisan yan, click po natin si line. Then sa taas, click po natin tong line. Ayan. Then line weight. Siguro set natin po ng 1. Ayan. Wala. Ayan. Okay. Enter pala. Sorry. Ayan. So, for example, ayan na. Nalagay na po natin. Then, yung citation ng ating certificate. So, another, add text dito po sa may text tab sa left corner or left side. Then, click add a subheading. Is presented to. So, for his or her outstanding academic during first quarter. During first quarter of school year 2022 to 2023. Ayan. So, since masyado siyang malaki, kita lang po natin. Okay na po siguro yung ganyang text. Then, given this, kung kailan po natin ibibigay, 8th day of August 2022. At Paranaque School Unit 2. Ayan. Meron na po tayong citation. Then, lagay po natin yung pangalan ng advisor. Another add heading. Ayan po. Click natin. Baba lang po natin ng kaunti. Then, pangalan po ng advisor niya ay, for example, Mark Anthony C. Federico. Ayan po. For example, si Sir Mark ang aking advisor. Ayan. Ayan. Si Sir Mark. Ayan po. Masyado pang malaki. Diitan po natin. Ayan. Ayan. So, meron na tayong name. Ano pa pong kulang? Lalagay po tayo ng another text kasi we will be adding code later on. So, click natin si add. Then, type po natin dito ay code. Para meron po silang sariling code ng certificate. Unique po ito, individual. Lahat po ng mga enrolled sa LMS natin pwede ma-issue ng code ng ating DepEd Learning Management. So, ayan. Code, pwede lagyan natin ng guhit. Ayan. Oops. Okay. Ayan. So, may code tayo dyan. And another, for last, pwede rin po maglagay ng QR code. Ito po. Napakagandang ano po nito. Iyan natin. Kung meron na po kayong design, okay na po yan. Pwede na po siya. Ayan. So, halimbawa, ayan na po. Meron na tayong for QR code and code. So, once na okay na po yung design ng ating certificate, pwede na po natin itong i-download. So, para ma-download po ang ating certificate, click po natin itong share. Ang share po ay makikita sa upper right corner ng screen natin. Ayan po. Share. Ayan. Ayan po. Click share. Then, meron pong download button here. Click po natin to si download. Then, adjust po natin tong size sa maximum. Ayan. Then, click po natin si transparent background. Then, click download. Ayan. I highly suggest po, once you are downloading a file, magkaroon po kayo ng isang folder na pwede nyo pong paglagyan para mas madali po ninyong makuha kung nasa yung certificate na ilalagay po natin sa LMS. I highly suggest po doon sa strategy na yun. So for me, we have a certificate folder sa desktop. Click ko po yan. Ayan. Panglima na pala to. Click po. Okay, yun. Yan. So, tapos na po tayo dito sa ating certificate sa Canva. Now, we go into our DepEd Learning Management System. Okay. So, punta na po tayo kay LMS. Ito po. Yan, for LMS. Okay. So, sa ating LMS po, once we want to add changes into course, unang-una po natin gagawin ay click turn editing on. Pinaka-importante po yan. Kasi hanggat hindi mo po yan nakiklik, wala ka pong mailalagay dyan na tool or activity sa course mo. So as you can see po, wala po tayong may add. Pero once na maklik na po natin itong turn editing on, yan. Makikita na po natin na merong edit dito sa may right side ng screen natin. Ayan. Then merong pencil icon sa tabi po ng title. Yan. So, in our case naman po, sa last part po tayo maglalagay ng certificate. So, dito. So, click add an activity or resource. Pag na-click na po natin tong si turn editing on, scroll down po sa last activity ng ating course. Then, click add an activity or resource. Then, lalabas po itong options natin. Click po natin si Activities tab. Makikita po natin dito si Custom Certificate or hanapin natin si Custom Certificate. Ayan. Ayan po si Custom Certificate. Ulitin po natin. So, again, click add an activity or resource. Once click po natin si Activities tab. Okay. Then, click Custom Certificate. Ayan. Pag na-click na po natin yan, lalabas na po itong general section ng ating certificate. Ayan. Okay. So, for this general options, dito po tayo sa name. Oops, reminder. Once na makakita ka po ng red mark na katulad na ito, ayan, tulad ng red mark na to, that is a required detail. Lalagyan mo po ng detail yan sa box. So, name. Ano pong name ng certificate natin? So, Certificate of Recognition. Sa description, pwede ka na pong hindi na maglagay dyan. But if you want to describe what the certificate, pwede mo pong ilagay din dito. What's good thing about this description, there is an auto box po na maraming options or tool na pwede mo po pong i-add. So, we have here the H5P, the video, the audio, the picture, the emoji, and more. Yan. So, pero pwede na pong wala yan. Then options, common module settings, by default, wala na po tayong gagalawin dyan. And restrict access. Dito po sa restrict access, para hindi po nila agad makuha yung certificate kasi mangyayari po niyan, if you set certificate into your course, baka mag-jump na po sila agad dyan sa certificate kung hindi niyo po lalagyan ng restriction. So, lalagyan po natin ng restriction niya. Click po natin si restrict access. Ayan. Once click add the restriction. Then, activity completion. Ayan. Then, magkakaroon ng options here. Click student must. Yan. Ano yung gagawin ng student para makuha po niya yung certificate. Then activity completion, ano po yun? Click previous activity completion. Para hindi po siya makakapag-proceed dyan hanggat hindi niya po nagagawa yung previous activity. Yan. Then click this one, mark must be marked complete, must be complete with pass grade. So halimbawa may quiz ka before certificate. Kailangan may pasa po niya yung quiz na yun bago siya makakuha ng certificate. Ayan. You can add as many as you want restrictions here. Ayan. So for today's demo, we will be using only activity completion or one restriction lang. Ayan. Then, activity completion po. Click po natin yan. Then, we can set it as show activity as complete when conditions are met. Yan. Click na po natin yan. Then, click or check student must view this activity. After that settings, wala na po tayong gagawin dito sa tags and competencies by default. Click na natin si save and return to course. Alright, so pag na-click na po natin yan, babalik po tayo sa course natin, then hanapin po natin ulit si certificate. Asan na kayo si certificate? Scroll down. Ayan. Ito po si Certificate of Recognition. But wait, there's more. Hindi pa po tapos ang customization natin ng certificate. Iaayos pa po natin yan. Yes, you heard it right. So click po natin si Certificate of Recognition. Once click Certificate of Recognition, yan, pupunta po tayo dito sa options or settings si Certificate of Recognition. Okay, mapapansin po ninyo, dito sa right side, may makikita po kayong gear icon. Ayan. Ito po si gear icon. Click po natin si gear icon, lalabas ang mga options na ito. Then, hanapin po si Edit Certificate. Once na makita na po si Edit Certificate, click it. Yan. Lalabas na po ngayon itong settings ng certificate natin. By default po, naka-portrait na si LMS certificate. So, kanina po nabanggit ko sa inyo na ang width ay 210, ang height ay 297 if portrait po ang gagamitin natin. Ngayon, kung gusto po natin ng landscape, pagbabalik ta rin po natin yan. Si height or si 297 na kay width, tapos si 210 na kay height. Yun po yung magiging setting. Pero for this demo, we'll be using portrait, which is width is 210 and height is 297. Okay. So we don't need to add in left margin and right margin. So this time, mag-add na po tayo ng element. As you can see, nandito po si element and nandito po yung i-add natin na element. Ayan. Ayan po yung options. We have the background image, the border, category name, code, course field, course name, date, date range, digital signature, grade, grade item name, image, QR code, student name, teacher name, text, user field, and user picture. So, first element na i-add po natin is the background image. Naalala niyo po yung kanina kung saan natin sinave si Canva? Diyan po natin siya ilalagay. So, click po natin si background image. Ayan na po siya. Then, click add element. So, once na-add na si element dito, ayan po si background image, wala pa po tayong image na mapipili dyan. Kailangan i-upload po muna natin. Paano natin i-upload? Click po natin itong add file na ito. Or pwede natin i-drag yung file. Pero i-add na natin manually. Add, click add. Ayan. Ulitin natin. Ang click add po natin ay makikita sa taas ng files na ito. Sa unang tab or unang button. Click add. Ayan. Ito po. Ayan. Click po natin yung add. Then, choose file. As I have mentioned before, kailangan magkaroon po tayo ng isang folder na pwede nating pagkuhanan na mabilis na mga files or data na pwede nating i-upload agad dito. Kasi mahirap na po kung mga files natin ay kalat-kalat. It will take time for us to look. Unlike kung meron po tayong isang folder na pwede nating makuha agad yung files, mas maganda, mas mabilis po, and it will save our time. So sa akin, nandito po sa certificate, click certificate. Ayan. So for the recent, ayan po, click po natin itong certificate na dinownload ko. Ayan. Pwede rin ito. Ayan. Click open. Alright. So click upload. Once nalagay na po natin yung file, click upload. Ayan. Mapapansin po natin na nandito na siya. Then, save changes. Okay. Yan. Pero wala pa po yun. Kailangan po muna nating iset yung picture na iyon na nilagay po natin sa background image. Paano po natin gagawin yan? Kung mapapansin po natin, na-add na yung background image dito sa certificate options natin. Sa taas po ng reposition elements, makikita po natin si background image. Click po natin itong gear icon para ma-edit. Ayan. Sabi po ng trash bin icon. Ito po i-click natin si gear icon. Okay, once click si gear icon, yan na po, lalabas ulit ang options. Alright. So, pwede na natin ngayon palitan itong no image. Click natin yan. Then, yung nilagay po natin na bago, ayan, ilalagay po natin ngayon. Ipipiliin po natin. For example, ito po. Ayan. Then, save changes. Ayan. So, may background na po tayo. To check kung talagang lumabas po yung background natin, pwede na po natin i-click itong reposition elements. Click reposition elements. Ayan. Ayan. So, ayan na. Lumabas na nga siya. Ito na po yung galing sa Canva na edit natin. Di ba po? Andito na. Yan. So, para magtuloy po tayo sa settings natin or ma-customize pa natin, click Save and Close. Yan. Yan po. So, mag-add pa tayo ng element. So, ano pa pong i-add natin? Another, i-add natin yung student name. Ayan. Click po natin yung student name. Again, dito po sa element, click this option. Ayan. Hanapin po natin si student name. Ito po. Ayan. Then, add element. Pag-click po natin ang add element, ayan. Ito na po yung magiging settings niya. Ngayon, we choose the font style, Times New Roman, or bahala po kayo. For me, I'll choose the Helvetica Bold. Ayan po. Then, font size, gaano ba kalaki? I'll choose 40 font. Yan, 40 font. Yan. Then, kung okay na po, click na natin yung Save Changes. Then, pwede na po natin i-click ulit si Reposition Elements para ma-set na po agad natin yung position niya. Click natin si Reposition Elements. Kung mapapansin po ninyo, nandito po siya sa left side ng screen natin. Ayan. Ayan. Ayan po. So, para sa akin, okay na po yung font size ko. Pero kung gusto nyo po mas malaki pa, easy settings or i-edit nyo rin po yan. Ayan. So, meron na tayong name. Question, sir, paano po kung gusto kong ilagay yung pati yung middle name ko sa certificate? Okay. So, yung settings po na iyon ay dapat sa profile ng inyong LMS, ma-indicate nyo yung middle name nyo beside your name. Para po mag-appear dito yung middle name niyo sa certificate. Okay? So, ayun po ang magiging settings. Alright. So, pag na-reposition na po natin yan, okay na siya. Nandito na siya sa line. Click Save and Close. Ayan. So, meron na tayong dalawang element. Another element na i-add po natin ay yung code. Mag-add po tayo ng code. So, hanapin po natin ulit. Click natin tong option sa add element. Then, choose code. Tapos si code. Then, click add element. Ayan. So, by default, okay na po si 12. Or per gusto po nating lakihan, pwede po nating lakihan until siguro 16. Pwede na yung 16 po. Then, click Save Changes. Again, reposition. I-place na po natin si code sa tamang pwesto niya. Click si Reposition Elements. Ayan. Once again, nasa left side ulit. Upper left side yung element na inad po natin. Yan. Click natin yan. And drag lang po natin siya pababa, papunta sa code. Ayan, code. O, di ba po? Meron na siyang sariling code ngayon. Itatapat po natin sa code na nilagay po natin sa certificate. Yan. Then, click Save and Close. Another, napansin nyo po, merong QR code na nilagay? Yes. Maglalagay din po tayo ng QR code. Once again, click po natin si Add Element Options. Ito po. Then, hanapin po natin si QR code. Ito po si QR code. Ayan. Ito. Click po yan. Then, add element. So, ayan. Set natin kung gaano po siya kalaki. Siguro 40 by... Malaki na po yan masyado. 30. Then, click Save Changes. Ayan. Pag meron na tayong QR code, i-reposition na po natin siya. Click Reposition Elements. Para diretso na. Ayan. Ito po si QR code natin. Pag in-scan po yan, valid siya na dito po galing. Dito po natin siya ilalagay. Yun. Alright. Meron na tayong QR code. So ano na lang po ilalagay natin? Siyempre, yung signature ni advisor. Yan. Kailangan may signature na po tayo. Ayan. So next nating ilalagay po ang signature. So kunin po natin yun as format of image. So click po natin ulit itong options. Then image. Ayan. Click add element. So again, we have to add the element first before we select here in image section. Kasi wala pa po yan kapag hindi natin nailagay dito mismo sa file. So click po natin yung add file. Ito, click po natin si add. Then choose file. So hanapin po natin kung nasan si signature. In my case, nandito po kasi yun sa picture and signature. Then click my signature. Open. Then upload. Overwrite kasi meron na po siya yan. Ayan. So nandito na. Then save changes. Then i-edit ko pa po si image kasi kailangan sumakto po siya dun sa name. So click po natin to ulit si image, gear icon, edit. Para mas maalala or matandaan po natin, pwede po nating i-edit yung element name. Yan. Pwedeng ilagay po natin signature. Then, click po natin itong image. Yan. Makikita po natin dito yung my signature. Ayan. Click po natin yan. Ulit, my signature, click. Okay. Yung width and height, set po natin ng, for example, is 50. Then, save changes. Once nakapag-set na po tayo ng signature, reposition po ulit para iset po natin kung saan natin ilalagay. Click reposition elements. Yan. Ayun po yung signature. Ayan. Natatapos na po. Ayan. Lagay po natin dito. Alright. So, adjust lang ng kaunti. Hindi tamaan. Okay. Adjust lang ng kaunti. Then, save and close. Once save and close, pag okay na po ang inyong certificate na set na, check po natin ngayon. Save changes and preview. Ayan. Save changes and preview. Ulit, pag okay na ang settings nyo, nalagay nyo na si QR code, si code, si signature, student name, and then yung background, okay na po. Click na po natin si Save Changes and Preview. Ayan, lalabas na po ngayon itong example natin. Ayan. Kung mapapansin nyo po, hindi po nakaayos itong code natin at saka QR code. Pwede pa po natin yan i-edit. Yes, pwede. So, paano po natin yan i-edit? So, balik po tayo ngayon kay certificate. Yan. So, ang gagawin po natin is reposition elements. So, dahil nagbanggaan yung QR code at saka code po natin, kailangan lang natin i-adjust. Ayan. Baba natin ng kaunti. Yan. Then, save changes. Save and close. Once na save and close na po natin, pwede na ulit tayo mag-save changes and preview. Ayan, medyo okay na po. So, ayun, ito po ang ating certificate sa LMS. Alright. So, okay po ba ang paggawa ng certificate natin sa LMS? Once na okay na po lahat, na-set na, save changes, and preview na natin, then click save changes na po. Then, pwede na po tayo ngayon bumalik dun sa Certificate of Recognition natin. Ayan, napin na po natin ulit. Alright. So, here, we have Certificate of Recognition. Alright, so once again, that's for the activity that we have now, the custom certificate. I hope na-enjoy po ninyo ang ating session for today's demonstration and video for our DepEd Learning Management System. Once again, I'm Renz Noriel T. from Schools Division of Parañaque, your EdTech specialist. Maraming salamat po.
And we're back. You know what, Ma'am Jen, when we say VINSET, aside from comprehensive, talaga namang makatutulong sa ating mga teachers Tulad nga ng tayo natin sa EdTech, we are bridging curriculum and technology. Thank you so much to our speakers for setting the bar high for our first day. You know what, kanina Ma'am Jen, during the session of our speakers, I try to read some comments and nakita ko kung gaano kasaya ang ating mga guro sa panonood this afternoon. Ang daming gustong magpa-shout out. Pero wag po kayo mag-alala dahil darating tayo dyan.
Same, Sir Jeff. Imagine, this is just our first day, but our speakers have really leveled up their choice of topics and even the way they presented their thoughts. A big salute sa inyong lahat for commencing our day one. This time, Sir Jeff, dahil sabi nga natin, ang daming nagko-comment na viewers sa ating comment section. We'll try to entertain some of your questions dyan sa comment section if there are any, and we'll let our speakers personally assist you.
Yes, and also our speakers from the Digital Gateway and Development team will further explain to us the registration and other important processes that will involve the use of our LMS. Kaya naman, Ma'am Jen, let's share the screen to Sir Earl Aaron Villanosa
and Ma'am Glenna Tagibaw.
Yeah. Hello po sa inyo. Hello, Ma'am Glenn.
Hello din po, Sir Earl. Ayan. So, sasagutin natin yung mga tanong kaninang umaga. Ayan. So, thank you so much po sa lahat ng mga nanood talaga ng ating day 1 ng VINSET 3.0. So, sige, Sir Earl, ikaw na ang maunang mag-share.
Sige po. Clear po ba yung voice ko? Or...
Yes.
Ayan. So, ayan. Thank you, ma'am. So, share ko lang po itong screen ko. Ayan. So, ngayon po, nandito po tayo ngayon sa ating DepEd Learning Management System. Ito po yung ating regional site. And sa ating regional site po, iba po to sa ating Professional Development Learning Management System. And dito po sa regional site natin, dito tayo mag-enroll. Kasi kanina may mga nagtatanong saan daw ba sila mag-enroll, Ma'am Glenna. And may nagtanong pa nga sa akin kanina, bakit daw hindi nag-work yung password nila sa PDLMS dun sa professional development natin. Ina-enter naman daw nila yung enrollment key nila from their division. Ayan. So pag ang enrollment key po ay from our division and we are DepEd personnel. Ayan. So dito po tayo pupunta. So paano po? So as teachers, click lang po natin to. Log in as DepEd Commons teacher. And then ang gagamitin ko is yung aking Microsoft account kasi hindi to yung admin. Pero sa inyo, pwede nyo gamitin yung Google account nyo. Okay, so lalagay ko dito is yung aking regional tenant. And then sign in lang. And syempre, pipili ako ng account na ilalagin ko. And isa lang naman ito, yung aking Microsoft account. Ganito rin po yung process sa Google. Yan. Pipiliin nyo lang din kung anong Google account. Ang gagamitin po natin is yung DepEd account natin. Ayan. So, hintayin lang po natin. Ayan. And ang una natin pupuntahan, syempre, ang ating site home. Ayan. Sa site home, andito yung professional development natin. So, click natin itong professional development. And andito yung ating virtual in-service training 3.0. So, dito, yan, click natin to. Pag click natin yan, or pwede nating i-click yung button sa baba na access. Yan. Pag click natin yan, hihingan kanya ng enrollment key. Ito. Yan. Para clear lang sa ating mga participants. So sa akin, ang ilalagay kong enrollment key ay yung enrollment key ng division ko. By the way, I'm from SDO Santiago City. So ang aking enrollment key ay enrollment key? Ayan. Santiago space city, maliit lang yung IT Y dun sa city. _ VINSET 3.0. Yan, puro capital na yon. So yan ang enrollment kinalagay ko. So lagay natin dito. Paste na natin. Then pag click ko yung enroll me, ayan, mapapasama na ako sa grupo ng SDO Santiago City. Ayan. So you are enrolled in the course. Ayan, may mga nakita rin ako kanina mga nag-post dito na enrolled na daw sila sa course. And syempre, pag enrolled ka na sa course, syempre, kailangan mo nang mag-access. At ang ating first na ma-access ay ang day 1. Yung day 2, bukas pa siya mag-start kasi may mga nagtanong din sa akin kanina, bakit daw hindi nila maklik yung day 2? Yan, so clarify po natin. And sa day 3, ganun din, mayroon po siyang certain date kung kailan natin siya ma-access. Same with the exit assessment and the certification po. Okay? So, yan po yung process ng pag-enroll natin sa ating learning management system para ma-clarify lang po. Okay? And next po is I'll be showing naman. So, log out lang po muna ako. Yan. Login lang ako, DepEd Commons Teacher. Ang gagamitin ko na ngayon ng aking Google account. And ayan, dito na siya. So, ganyan po. So, hindi ko na kailangan mag-enroll dito kasi admin naman ako. So, diretso ako makaka-access. Pero sa inyo po, kailangan nyong mag-enroll tulad nung pinakita natin kanina. And take note, pag division enrollment key, again, dito tayo sa ating regional LMS. So, sa akin po, r2.lms.deped.gov.ph. Sa inyo naman po kung anong region po meron kayo. Yeah. So that's enrollment. Next naman po yung sa registration. Papakita ko lang yung sa registration. So punta ulit akong site home. Yan, kasi na-post din to sa GC namin. Paano daw ba sila magre-register dito? Kasi sabi nga nila may CPD points ito. Kaya talagang gustong-gusto nilang mag-register. And again, sa registration po, punta lang tayo ulit sa professional development. And VINSET 3.0. Again, admin po yung gamit kong account kaya hindi niya na ako hihingan na mag-enroll ako. Yan. And sa ating ano tawag dito? Sa ating course page, yan, course page. Ang registration natin ay nandito sa i-turn editing on ko nga para makita natin. Yan. Ang ating registration, ayan, medyo naglalag ako. Ayan. Nasa na siya is, yan. Yan, after ng ating, ayan, quiz. Yan. So, ang registration natin after ng quiz. So, magsasubmit ka muna ng performance task kung may mga ipapa-output po sa inyo. Then, exit assessment, kailangan nating maipasa. And, of course, yung registration natin, dito siya. So, bakit nasa dulo yung registration? Nasa dulo yung registration kasi ang isasubmit lang po namin mga pangalan ay yung makakatapos ng ating VINSET. Kasi hindi po namin pwedeng isubmit pag hindi po kayo natapos. So, malalaman po namin na natapos nyo ang ating VINSET kapag inabot nyo tong registration. So, ganun po siya. And maisasubmit po namin yung inyong pangalan sa PRC. So, paano po mag-register? Click lang po natin to. Yan. Click natin. And, hindi pala ako naka-student mode. Mag-switch lang ako ng student mode. Para makita nyo. Ito kasi yung makikita nyo eh. Yan. Yan. Lumalaban ang aking internet. Ayun. Nawala ako sa registration. Dahil ano. I-view ko na lang. Sige. Balik ako sa normal mode. I-view ko na lang siya para makita nyo. Naka-restrict nga pala siya. Okay. Yan. Sa exit assessment pala siya. And sana siya. Ayan. Register here. Then, i-view ko na lang siya. Kasi ito rin naman yung makikita nyo sa loob. Yan. Yung questions natin, ito lang siya. Yan. Preview natin. Ayan. Ito po. I-enter nyo lang dito again ang ating first name, middle name, and then last name. So, clear po yan kung anong lalagay natin. So, sa inyo po, pag click nyo yung registration, may blue button doon na sinasabi nyo sa inyo na i-enter natin yung ating details. And then yung mobile number nyo. And then your email address. Yan. Your PRC license number. Yung registration date. And paki-check po yung registration date, yung tamang pagkakasunod-sunod. Month, date, and year. Again, month, date, and year po ang lalagay natin. Then valid until. So, yun po siya. And then submit. So, take note po, ang tawag dito, i-check natin ng mabuti yung ilalagay nating info. Kasi, pag nagkamali kayo ng info, medyo mahirap hanapin yun. And then, i-delete kasi namin ng buo yung info nyo and then magre-re-enter kayo. Pero sana, alam naman natin na may PR, na pag nag-enter kayo dito, yan, nakaharap nyo naman yung PRC nyo. Kaya sasubmit nyo siya na maayos. Then, submit lang, and then, yun na po. Makikita na namin yung details nyo. At malalaman namin na natapos nyo yung ating 4 days VINSET kasi umabot kayo dito. And syempre, pag nakuha nyo yun, kasama na rin po yung Certificate of Recognition natin. Yan. So, sa ngayon po, yun kasi yung mga matunog na tanong sa amin, yung bakit hindi sila maka-enroll. Ayan. So, clarify po namin, again, sa enrollment po, kapag division po, dito po tayo sa Regional LMS, hindi po tayo dun sa PD LMS. Sa PD LMS po, I think pinakita na rin po ni Ma'am Glenna kanina yon yung sa PD LMS. Nandun po yung makakapag-access doon, yung iba nating teachers na wala pang account po. So pwede po mag-access doon. And then yung mga EdTech enthusiasts natin na gustong matuto, yan, pwede rin po sila mag-access sa PD LMS. Pero pag tayo po ay DepEd teachers, dito po tayo sa ating regional. And yung isang matunog na tanong din, yung sa registration, yan, and yan, pinakita na namin po kung paano mag-register. And hindi nyo pa siya makikita kasi nga, after siya ng, ayan, pag natapos niya to, pag nakakuha na kayo ng certificate ng 1 to 4 plus performance task, ito pala siya. Pag nakapasa na sa assessment, yan, mag-open na yung registration. Ibig sabihin, natapos nyo ang lahat ng requirements sa ating VINSET. And I think that's all my part para sa ating clarification kung saan mag-enroll and paano magre-register. And Ma'am Glenna?
Alright, so thank you so much, Sir Earl. Ayan, uulitin po namin for teachers na sa DepEd po. Ayan, so sa regional LMS po kayo mag-access. And for our teachers and non-teaching staff po na galing naman sa ating private schools, dun po tayo sa ating PD LMS papasok. Okay po. May nakita akong tanong kanina dito, Sir Earl, kung saan daw ba makikita yung mga enrollment keys? So, kailangan nyo lang pong pumunta sa Facebook page po ng EdTech Unit. Nandun po yung post about sa inyong mga enrollment keys. So, tignan nyo na lang po kung saang region po kayo belong and anong division po kayo. For private schools naman po, hanapin nyo lang po yung enrollment keys para po sa Professional Development Learning Management System. And yung may mga concerns regarding sa pag-create ng accounts po sa ating PDLMS, don't worry po. So we are trying our best. Na-report na rin po namin yan sa back-end. So magbibigay po kami ng updates once okay na po yan. So ngayon naman po, ang isi-share ko naman, since ngayong araw na to, ano ba ang natutunan ng ating mga participants? It's all about our learning management system. So kung gusto nyo pong matutunan at masubukan kung paano mag-create ng isang course at magawa ninyo yung mga shinare ng ating mga kapatid sa Digital Gateway Development Team. So ganito lang po yung gagawin po ninyo kasi nag-prepare po kami ng isang sandbox kung saan po ninyo magagawa yung mga courses po ninyo. So once you log in sa inyong mga regional LMS, you go to site home. Ayan, site home. And then hahanapin nyo po itong professional development na category and look for the VINSET Sandbox. Okay po? VINSET Sandbox. Ulitin ko, you log in and then go to site home and then look for professional development na category and then look for the VINSET Sandbox. So, i-click nyo yan. And ayan, congratulations dito sa nauna nang nag-create ng course. Talaga naman na na-enjoy nyo po yung mga shinare ng ating mga napakagaling din nakasama sa Digital Gateway Development Team. Okay, and pag once nandito na po kayo sa ating sandbox, i-click nyo lang po yung add a new course. Ayan, para po sa ating mga team replay po dyan at gusto pong gawin din yung mga shinare ng ating mga speakers kanina, ngayong araw na to. So, dito nyo lang po gagawin yan sa ating VINSET Sandbox. So, gawin nyo na po, i-fill up nyo na yung details para sa inyong course. And, syempre magki-create na po kayo ng course gaya nung sample na nandito na nakapag-create na. Alright? So, yun nga po, uulitin po namin, wag nyo pong i-enter yung inyong mga enrollment keys na nasa regional LMS sa PD LMS kasi hindi po talaga yan tatanggapin. And another, kailangan nyo pong i-check po yung spaces ng ating enrollment keys kasi baka yun lang po yung problema kaya hindi po kayo nakakapasok or nakakapag-enroll dun sa mga course dito sa course natin sa VINSET 3.0. Ayan. So I think yun lang naman muna yung mga matunog na tanong ngayong araw na to. Don't worry po, ang mga project leads po ng Digital Gateway Development Team, nandito pa rin naman pong nakasubaybay, nakantabay sa mga tanong po ninyo regarding po sa course po natin sa VINSET 3.0. Ayan, so with that, Sir Earl, di
Sino ba
ba?
yung nag-create ng course, ma'am? Para makikita naman natin dyan, no? Ayan, no?
Oo nga, sino ba to? Hindi ko siya si Ma'am
Ayan.
Veronica Santa Monica. Hello po. And congratulations po kasi nakapag-create. Talagang na-try na niya gumawa ng isang course. Alright, so Sir Earl, I think we're done with our day 1. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng sumubaybay sa ating VINSET 3.0. So aabangan niyo po ulit kami for day 2, 3, and 4 kasi may mga iba din na i-share ang aming mga kasama sa EdTech unit. Okay, so may sasabihin ka pa, Kap Earl?
Wala na, ma'am. Okay na tayo, ma'am. And hopefully, na-clarify natin yung mga tanong. And kung may mga tanong pa nga po, yan, mag-comment lang po kayo or mag-message lang po kayo sa amin para masagot po namin kayo.
Yes. All right. So, with that, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And yun nga po, it's been a good day. Maraming salamat po talaga and see you ulit bukas. All right. So, maraming salamat po. Paalam.
Thank you po.